What's up guys, Nate Petrosky from NarroWay Homestead. Got a little bit of a different video for you guys today. This is not my normal type of content. It is a storytelling video. Some of you guys may have already watched the gazillion part series, What the Hell Happened? It's just part of my personal story about how the homestead was started and what exactly took place and how I ended up from 3 people to just me being here. But a lot of you guys know nothing about it or only watched a couple parts because I made like 38 10-minute parts and that was just dumb. So I've just stitched them all together. I'm dropping them all here in one video. This is really just made to throw some headphones in if you want to listen to it. There's really nothing visually to see other than me talking. It's probably a little bit hard to listen to. It was really hard for me to struggle through and talk about, but it was actually really good. Really healing for me. I'm definitely not remastering the whole series and telling the story all over again. I've told it once, I never want to have to tell it again. Cool thing is, it exists for you guys to all watch. At the end, I kind of leave everything open-ended. There's a lot more story to tell, and I'm going to tell it. I've been taking a break from telling stories. I think this was recorded five or 6 months ago. And I still don't feel like telling any more story, even though the rest of the story is a whole lot better. Maybe reposting this and reading through some comments later will inspire me to tell the rest of the story, because I do want to tell it, and it's, you know, much happier. So anyway, that's about it for the intro. Check it out right after this clip. There's a story you guys have been wanting to hear, and I don't want to tell it. I do want to tell it. I've been dreading telling it. I couldn't tell it. I'm just telling you. I really couldn't figure out how to tell the story until Risa Tisa made her story about who the F did I marry. I don't say the F word in videos. I just don't. Whatever. Anyway, the way she made that video just inspired me to do the same thing, because it's a great way to tell the story with a bunch of context, and the story doesn't make any sense without it. This series is called What the Hell Happened because a bunch of you asked me what the hell happened, and I also asked what the hell happened. For those of you that are new here, you might think I'm the only person that started this homestead. However, there were other people involved, and to explain everything, I have to go way back, like childhood. I'm going to do my best to protect the identity of everyone involved by changing their names. If you happen to know the individuals' names, which there's several characters, just keep it anonymous. I'm obviously going to be telling the story from my perspective. I'm going to try to be as transparent as possible and include as many relevant details as I can. There's times I'm going to look really bad in this story, and that's okay. And maybe some of you will think I look really bad the whole way through the story. I don't care. I'm just putting the story out there. I really just want to move on, get past all of that, just focus on the future and let the past be the past. I also want to continue making videos on homesteading and everything related to my past experiences, and if you guys don't know the past experiences, then it's just not going to work. There's a lot of relationship aspects to this story. There's a lot of religious aspects to this story. I usually keep religion off the channel. It's going to be impossible in this story, and that's just the way it is. It's just a storytelling of my life. You probably came to this video from one of my later videos because it's going to get crazy. There's cults involved, there's all kinds of stuff, and in order for you to find out the entire story, you had to come all the way back to this video. There's divorce and marriage and con artists, and this story has it all. There's me doing really stupid things. There's me doing things that are not right. I really debated for a long time telling this story because I can just keep going on about my life without doing it, but it bugs me because there's just certain things I want to go on, like mistakes when you start homesteading, even like mistakes you can make in relationships. If I don't put the whole story out there, I can't give advice on that if you don't know the perspective it's coming from. I'm going to try to do this in the same format as the other videos, not hit the pause button so much, just keep talking. I'm a TikToker. I'm used to like pausing and shortening everything, and we're just going to go for it. And I'm not used to telling stories in a long format, so I'm just going to do my best. I'm going to make long 10-minute videos, close to it, and then just keep rolling into the next one. Same format as that other series you guys were so into. Alright, I think that's everything I need for the intro. Grab a drink, grab some snacks, sit back, let's go for a ride. Part 2 of What the Hell Happened? If you just came from the intro, you're probably extremely annoyed I didn't tell any of the story in that. So in this video, we're jumping right into it. Going all the way back to the beginning, I was born in Pennsylvania. I lived there for I'm not even sure how many years because I was really young. I was probably 4 or 5 when my parents decided to move to Ohio. I was an only child when we moved to Ohio, and then my parents had a daughter and another son, so I have 2 younger siblings. Moving forward in the story, I will refer to my sister as Jezebel and my brother as Nabal. When Jezebel was born, her and I bonded instantly, and I just thought it was the coolest thing ever. I have a new kid in the house, right? It was awesome, and it was. So we did just about everything together. I'm young, I'm getting just about to school age, and I don't remember if my parents had decided to homeschool me ever since I was born, or, yeah, I don't know, I was little. Anyway, I was homeschooled right from the start, and my mom did a whole bunch of stuff with me when I was a preschooler and just taught me all kinds of stuff, ABCs, and yeah, I knew a bunch of stuff, and it was really cool. And so I'm going through the whole school thing, and my sister was born. We had a ton of fun just being kids. We were playing with toys. We bonded really well. Everything was awesome. And then a few years later, my brother's born. And it was pretty much the same thing. It was awesome. I had a kid brother. It was great. And pretty much I felt like my parents just loved him more. Like, I think it's a typical dynamic in a household. You know, the firstborn's like this, the middle child's like this, the youngest child's like that. And I pretty much thought that he got away with more. He was just, yeah, it was just, everything was just better for him. And so I got angry, I got upset, and I treated him like crap. Basically bullying. Wasn't nice to him, ate his snacks, yeah, I mean, smacked him around. Like, it just wasn't good. I'm making myself a villain in the story, but that's okay. I'm a villain in this part of the story. It is what it is. My parents, in the meantime, were going to church. We all went to church. Everything was, great. I was kind of not popular in the whole Sunday school church thing. My parents were a form of Baptist, nothing, super strict, nothing super liberal. I don't know. We were just Baptist. I was a little kid. I don't know. But anyway, I wasn't treated real well there. I thought my parents treated my brother awesomely, and so me and my brother fought, and I was 7 years older. So it was unfair and not cool, and it happened for years. And eventually my parents did kind of figure it out and, tried to keep me from being nasty to them. And I was nasty to them in other secretive ways. Kids will find ways to do stuff that they shouldn't do. My sister, in the meantime, Jezebel, she was kind of the intermediary. Not really. She was more on my side than anything, which just didn't work out for him at all. But eventually Nabal just kind of, snapped and fought back, and we just fought back and forth, and yeah, we kind of had a dysfunctional relationship all the way around. Things kind of changed a little bit when I was in my early teens, I would say, and stuff was just going along. It wasn't nice to my brother, and he went outside. He was at the end of the driveway just reading a book or something, and he disappeared. I do not remember. I just can't remember the year, how old he was, but I want to say like 5 or 6, the age you really don't want a child to disappear. Anyway, he disappears. Nobody knows what happened to him. Calling neighbors, calling police, trying to get everything figured out. It turned into this whole big community ordeal. And in the meantime, I'm just kind of feeling like, I should have treated him nicer. Why was I so mean to my brother? All that stuff. And turns out he had walked 2 miles to town and bought donuts and bought a pizza, stole my money. I had a very limited amount of money. I had like $40. It was a lot of money for me at the time. Stole all of it, and went to town and just had himself a day on the town. And the cops ended up finding him. It was a different district, different city, whatever. But the word got around. They found him, brought him home. Everybody was thrilled, happy, thankful. I also felt tremendous relief. And looking back on it now, like, I was mean to him. He stole my money. He went to town. You know what? Good on him. Good for him. Nabal was quite the character. But anyway, you would think that would have totally changed my perspective. And this is the part of the story where I'm telling you, I got better. I treated him good. Now I still treated him like crap. Maybe not to the extent, but yeah. And my parents made him pay me back the money eventually out of an allowance. So that wasn't cool. He should have just had it because I was a total piece of crap. But anyway, what ended up really changing our relationship was when I was probably mid-teens. I sitting in church all the time, learning all about Jesus and how, like, he wants you to pray and repent for all your sins. And I go away to some church summer camp and I go through it. There's, I'm really feeling like I need to be good. And I really need Jesus to help me be good. And so, meanwhile, my siblings, while I'm gone, are going to my parents and just saying, hey, he's being a total piece of crap. You know how, like, you've been trying to get him, like, no, nothing has changed. He's still, and whatever. So I come back feeling really good, feeling like I need to make a change, really need to make adjustments. And my dad just out of nowhere, like, he just forbids me to be anywhere near my siblings ever. It just, he's just like, you can't behave, then you can't, So I pretty much just, I'm just kind of like taken back. I'm just like, I already felt bad. Now I feel like really bad, but now it's like I got caught, so I can't even make amends because I can't just come out and say, hey, I've been being nasty. I need to not bully my brother. None of that. So it's kind of awkward for a couple days, and then I had the Christian salvation experience about 2 days later of just feeling like absolutely awful. I just said, you know what? I need help. I'm not a good person. I need to be a good person, and asked Jesus into my heart, followed the whole playbook, and became Christian. And something changed. I did a lot better. I wouldn't say it was perfect, but I did a lot better. My relationship with both of my siblings improved, and things were more how they were supposed to be. Then life goes on like normal for a few years. I turned 16 years old, and my parents changed religions. Okay, not really. They went to a Mennonite church, and that was different than a Baptist church. Now, it's not the colony of Mennonites like Amish. Like, it was very loose. It's more of, I think the term they use is beachy. Basically former Amish that became Mennonites, and it's not nearly as strict, but my mom started wearing a head covering, and it became like the women have to wear this and the guys have to do this. And it's I don't fully understand at that age everything that was happening. What I did know was I went from a church where the kids were bullying me, not being nice, to a church where everybody was friendly. It was awesome. It was just like, went there, everything seemed awesome. Now, I was 16, so my idea of religion was somewhat already implanted. Jezebel and Nabal, they both were younger when we joined, and so it might seem insignificant now, but this all plays a role in the story. On to education. I'm 16 years old. I don't know what I want to do with my life. My parents have developed a schooling for me that is going to lead me right into higher education, college life, all that stuff, and I kind of maybe sort of cheated on a lot of my subjects. Part 3 of What the Hell Happened. In part 2, I pretty much told the story of my childhood, church, religion, relationship with siblings, how I changed throughout that. And I left off about my education, being homeschooled, and how I was kind of sort of cheating on my schoolwork. So I pretty much, being homeschooled, I ended up going through where I kind of had access to the answer keys sometimes, and my mom was not in the greatest of health, and I took advantage and sometimes found a way to fill in the answers. And then I had more time for video games. Loved video games. I was pretty much forbidden to play video games as a child, you know. I mean, my parents were just gearing me towards higher education and, you know, obviously not wasting time. They are both higher educated people, and it worked out for them. It'll work out for their kid. Lived in the suburbs, you know. This whole homestead country lifestyle I'm living now is not something I grew up with at all. And so I'm basically kind of cheating through my schoolwork, but on the education side, I have to mention video games because it was huge in educating me. I ended up finding a computer on the side of the road, and I put it inside, messed with it. My parents didn't care. It was on the side of the road. It was in the trash. And it was an old, like, MS-DOS. I don't even know what version. Not that anybody knows versions of DOS anymore anyway. But basically, I was messing around with it, and it had some games on it, and I was learning, like, all about what to type in, and I had some computer books that I could look up and type in all this stuff, and I just became extremely interested in playing video games. So I found out how to play video games by typing in the commands. And then, turns out this computer had some sort of virus on it. And it kept popping up, like there was some kind of antivirus software. Like, I hardly even remember how DOS and viruses worked. But anyway, I knew there was a virus. I kept deleting directories. I kept copying them. And like, so I'm fighting with this machine to get it to continue to run. And I fought with that virus for months, and I would always find a way around. I could, you know, replace system files that had been deleted and get into my games and play games, and eventually it just crapped out on me. But it gave me a tremendous interest in technology, and it is driving me nuts that I keep waving my hands all over the place. Talk with your mouth, not your hands. It just, whatever. It's the only way I can talk. Leave me alone. Okay, anyway. So I'm about 16 years old. That's what's happening with my education. I find a part-time job at a computer store. And this was back when building computers for people was a real moneymaker. And so that's why this computer store existed. And the owner would clean out hospitals and maybe schools. I don't know. He got a bunch of old computers from different places. He would restore the operating system, swap RAM, you know, this one has this much RAM, and, you know, would sell it. And it was so fascinating to me. And the whole idea was fascinating to me of business. And, you know, he's running his own business. He was very open with the numbers, and we became good friends, even though he was like 2 decades older than I was. But I would go there maybe 12 hours a week. I don't know, something like that. And I would help him like carry the stuff back and forth from the truck into the shop, and then I could do all this stuff. And it really sparked an interest in technology for me. And these books with, you know, algebra and everything else, like I couldn't be more bored with it. Like, it's just dumb. Like, I love to do stuff with the computers. At the same time, I'd love to go outside, take a Frisbee, flip it upside down, put rocks on it, put sticks on it, and then I'd find ants and pill bugs and all these things, and they would just run around these endless bridges I made, trying not to fall in the water, and just I had weird interests. I made my own entertainment. I was interested in my own things, and it was just fun. Eventually, that computer job died off. He didn't need any more help anymore. Things were different. I don't even totally know what happened. But we stayed friends, and ended up getting a different job because an older elderly neighbor had me doing yard work for her, and I really enjoyed that too. I discovered at 16 years old that working with my hands was something I really enjoyed, and reading books not so much. So I ended up working for her, and then she passed away. Her family came in, was getting the place ready to sell, and then I really got to work. I probably put in 20 hours a week. I just wanted to be over there all the time, and they were there working evenings and weekends, and I wanted to work evenings and weekends, and my dad pretty much put his foot down and said, no, like, you've got schoolwork and other things to be worrying about. Don't be over there all the time doing all that. And I was really disappointed because I was just having fun. I loved working. I was repainting the basement walls. I was just having fun. So anyway, fast forward a couple years, I hit 18 years old. It was pretty much the unwritten rule in the house, not necessarily for everyone, but for me, that I'm out at 18. That was just the unwritten rule. Turned 18, got my driver's license. With all the money I had saved, I bought a $600 car, a Chrysler LeBaron. I think it was a 88, not 98. An 88, basically a grandma or grandpa car. Like, it was whatever, but it was mine and it was cool. And so I had a car now. I had no idea of what I was going to do for work. I applied to McDonald's. They said help wanted. There was no follow-up call. They didn't want to do an interview with me, so I pretty much got denied at McDonald's for a minimum wage entry job. And that kind of annoyed me, and I'm like, what am I going to do? And this church I'm going to, this Mennonite church, which I've been going to for about 2 years, I pretty much had adopted all their beliefs and philosophies. Seemed good to me. I didn't know. Seemed to make sense, when you're listening to people talk for hours every Sunday, and the people are friendly, like, yeah, you just go for it. So I'm there doing all this, and the preacher had a son who lived in Pennsylvania. And this son had a contracting company. He built homes. He built custom homes. And at one point, he basically said to me, you might be able to get a job out here. Why don't you go out for a couple weeks and see how it works? And I was like, okay. And I went out, and I think we were doing roofing. We were changing the pitch of a roof. And I know nothing about construction. All I've done is clip weeds and paint basement walls. Like, I know nothing. I didn't really have a hammer, or I wasn't allowed to play with sticks as a kid because they were dangerous. And, again, focus on, getting into college, getting a good job. And I just couldn't be convinced. I just couldn't get interested in it. So, long story short, I go out and we get to work, and I am carrying sheets of OSB, 7/16, and I'm a skinny little thing at 18 years old. Like, I'm just no muscle mass at all whatsoever. I think I weighed 120 pounds. And anyway, I can't even pick up a sheet of less than ½ inch OSB. So anyway, I struggled really hard. It was just awful. I made it through those 2 weeks. I'm sore, I'm achy. The boss yelled at me. The co-workers were all kind of nice. It was a crew of about 6 guys. All Mennonites, all belonging to a much different type of Mennonite church than I had ever experienced. And I didn't really know any of that at the time. But anyway, I go out there for my 2 weeks. I come back. I realize I really don't have any choice. Like, my parents never said, you're out of the house, but I knew I was out of the house, so get out. And this was my first opportunity to jump. Talked with the owner of the company, set a wage, $8 an hour, and I thought it sounded all right to me, particularly because it came with a living space. He was going to charge me $200 a month rent. I could live in his basement. So, all right, I did it. Packed everything up, fit it all into one carload, and back to Pennsylvania for the second time in my life I went. Pretty much out of time again. Up next, moving to Pennsylvania, discovering a different type of Mennonite, different type of religion, and making a living. Part 4 of What the Hell Happened? And I promised you guys all kinds of stuff relating to cults and other issues, and we're starting to mix it in more and more. In part 3, I talked about my older teen years, figuring out my career, what I wanted to do, what I was interested in. Didn't like the idea of college, and moved out of state 6 hours away from where my parents and family was, and started working for a construction company. So I moved out, pretty much was just the guy that carries 2x4s. That was it. And I needed to build muscle mass. I was literally scrawny as could be. I could not swing a hammer and hit a nail. Like, I think my employer was frustrated with me, but he stuck with me anyway. And the entire crew is Mennonite. I was Mennonite where I moved for the last 2 years before I moved. And so, of course, I go to church every Sunday. And so I'm working on this crew. It's going fine. I start going to church. First month or so, everything was really weird. Like, to me, it was really weird. Everybody kind of wore the same thing. And then they talked about how they weren't like those other crazy conservative Mennonite groups where like they had to wear the black hat all the time and all this, stuff. They could wear any, I guess they could wear, I don't even know. I don't know if they could wear any style shirt. I didn't really become familiar with it. I was joined the Mennonite church at the old church. I never joined this one. It was very important that you button the top button. You could only wear shirts with buttons. T-shirts were not okay ever at any point in life. I mean, maybe if you went to bed in a t-shirt, that was okay. But button-up shirts, the entire crew wore long pants and button-up shirts. I did not wear the button-up shirts. I refused. I wore t-shirts. I wore long pants because whatever, I didn't care. I didn't like my legs getting all scraped up with stuff anyway. So as it starts going on, I just start kind of questioning. I'm 18 years old. I'm just questioning everything. I'm wondering why do they do the button-up shirts? Where's that in the Bible? Why are they, why is all this stuff? And then they're just all about unity and agreement and the brotherhood agrees and, uniformity is not unity, but they just kind of interchange those words. So I would challenge them on stuff, well, I mean, you absolutely the women have to wear that head covering and it must be this style. And I think it was something about strings. You had to have the strings on the bonnets because you lose the strings and you're going to lose the whole bonnet, head covering, whatever. And I was like, okay, whatever. But I kind of, I was 18 years old. I was kind of arrogant. I was kind of, just questioning stuff. And I probably came off not very, I probably came off critical. I totally came off critical. I'm like, why doesn't your wife wear the head covering when she sleeps? Why doesn't she wear it in the shower? If it's a sin not to wear it, you should be wearing it all the time. And so just back and forth. And I was an introvert. I was not much of a person to really want to socialize at all. When we got done with the work day, I went home to the basement, closed the door in the little bedroom thing, and just was on my computer. Didn't even always have internet access. It was just a dial-up modem thing. I don't think I did have internet access for a long time. I just played my games, single-player games, called it a day. I would eat once a day with the family, and because of all my questioning and just criticism of the types of things they did as Mennonites, the entire crew kind of learned not to like me. The one stopped talking to me, like early on, he just didn't like me, and it took me a while to figure that out, but he just wouldn't talk to me. He didn't want anything to do with me. And they all went to the same church. And so it just became this thing, and I wouldn't button my top button when I went to church, and everybody noticed. And then some people stopped shaking hands with me and stopped doing the whole holy kiss thing where you kiss each other's cheek twice. And that's fine. That's just totally weird. Anyway, it was just what I was used to. Where am I going? Anyway, at some point, I decided I was done with this whole group of Mennonites and didn't want anything to do with it. And so I stopped going to church, and I just stayed home. And then they would question me all the time, why are you going to church? Why are you going to church? And so I was like, fine, I'm going to church. And then I pretty much just lied about going to church and said I'd go out and move my car while they were at church in a different position, so it looked like I came back. And they'd be like, what church did you go to? And they kind of tried to incorporate me into their family, but I totally felt like a project, like I was a lost individual that, needed mentoring and guidance. And I was their project. I wasn't a human being. I was just their project. And I just played video games. Anyway, at work, things just kept getting worse. We just kept going back and forth, and it just went into the work. Like, I didn't do this right, I didn't do that right, hurry up, work faster, and it just became a hostile work environment. And I was the outsider, and all of them pretty much banded together, and they're just critical. It was nasty. And if you watch the earlier parts, how I treated my brother, they kind of all treated me like that. So it was a taste of my own medicine, and yeah, I guess I deserved it. Anyway, as time goes on, I'm just kind of like, it's just, I've not been to church, this whole thing of, these people represent God and they treat me like crap. And I got the idea that God absolutely hated me because these people, in my perception, were of God. And since they hated me, God must hate me. And I was done with religion. I was like, that's it. I started reading stuff about Calvinism. And in a nutshell, basically, if you're going to be saved, you're going to be saved. Once saved, always saved. Like, you're chosen or you're not. And I became a Calvinist and decided specifically that I was not chosen for salvation. And no matter what I did, I was destined to be an evil, horrible person and was going to hell. And I stuck with that. And I came out with it. And I just told him, like, this is what it is. Like, obviously, I'm not a Christian. Totally renounced my faith. Was done with it. And the boss pretty much, at the time, still making $8 an hour, maybe $8.25. I don't know. Hardly ever making any ends meet. And my boss pretty much told me, you're now ineligible for any promotions ever. So I'm pretty much stuck there. I was probably 4 years into it, 22 years old. Whatever. I was done with religion, totally rebelled against it, wanted nothing to do with it, essentially became an atheist. I don't know if I'm literally was like a reverse Calvinist, where I was convinced that God did not love me and hated me, and I was just not chosen to be one of his, so I was chosen to be one of the others. And I had no choice. So that's where that went. In the meantime, I started dating a girl. Okay, got ahead of myself. Pretty sure I was married when I decided that. So I'm going to have to back way up a second. At some point with all my computer gaming, I got into the internet stuff, had internet access, had I think it was like a Zanga page. It was like MySpace, but not that popular, and it was social media. Made a page, posted about whatever, and ended up meeting a girl through the website. She lived significantly north of me, about 6 hours. We chatted back and forth, had absolutely no intentions of anything other than it was just a friend. I'm an introvert, and I'm not going out and meeting people. I'm not going out and doing any activities. I'm just not. I'm happy by myself, just with a computer. And end up texting back and forth. We did phone calls back and forth. I had no romantic interest, no idea if she did or not either. And I went out there and started to visit once a month, and she was still living with her parents. She was not in a relationship. We just went to hang out. I don't really totally remember how it all happened, to be honest. Anyway, I ended up marrying this person, and her name is going to be, for the sake of this series, Delilah. And I'm just about at that 10-minute mark, so I'm going to get into the whole relationship between Delilah and I in the next part. What the hell happened? Part 5. This is where I'm introducing the person I ended up marrying, who we're calling Delilah. I need to take a step back for a second, because I feel like I left my whole family-siblings relationship kind of on hold to tell the rest of the story, but that's just how my mind works. Anyway, taking a step back, relationships with siblings and parents. We talked on birthdays, Christmas, very rarely. And I went out to visit maybe once every 6 months. I didn't have much money. I was living in the boss's basement. And yeah, my parents weren't big phone people, neither was I guess. Think they were very happy that I was gone. I had no contact with my siblings at all, except for to come back and just hang around the Christmas tree and, I don't know, shoot rubber bands at each other. I don't even know what all we did. Throw wrapping paper, you know, just stuff. Very, very surfacey relationship, if that. In the meantime, Jezebel had started going to a Mennonite college, I believe, of sorts. Mennonite education and some regular education. I don't know. We were pretty much distant at that time. And my younger brother, Nabal, really no relationship either. Just no interaction. He was still a minor. So there really wasn't much to tell there on that other than that. So anyway, back to this. I'm dating a girl that lives, like 300 miles from me. I'm pretty much broke. I hardly have any money. No, I'm not still running the same car. At some point, while I was dating her, the timeline's messing with me, but at some point while I'm dating her, I get a 96 Ford Mustang, and I loved that car. It was so cool. I went from this 88 Chrysler LeBaron to this 96 Mustang with a V8 in it. It was totally cool. Purchased that. Doesn't really make much sense for construction, but whatever. I'm just a young 20s kid having fun. So anyway, I was running my old car up there, and it wasn't being reliable. There were issues. I didn't know the first thing about cars. So whatever. I'd saved up enough to buy another vehicle, bought the Mustang, and it was really cool. So I'm dating this girl. And by dating, I mean like literally like the normal thing you would think of dating. Like I'd go up, we'd go to the movie theater, we would go to restaurants and just date. I never had a girlfriend all through high school. There was no romantic relationships of any sort. I was homeschooled, not around many children. There was a homeschool group. So like I had some interaction, and eventually like the last year or two, I ended up going to this co-op where once every 2 weeks, we kind of had a day of school, if you will. And it was pretty cool. It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it, but I'm dating this girl. We talk on the phone all the time, and she doesn't want to live in her parents' house anymore. She's done with that. She just doesn't like the rules, doesn't like anything she has to do, all the obligations, whatever. So Delilah and I decide that we're going to get married, and it was, I don't think, neither of our parents approved of the timing of it, but I don't think they had any problem with us. They just didn't, we were too young, and we were young. I was 21 years old, and she was just a bit younger than me. So anyway, we're adults. We decide we're getting married. So we decide to get married. We plan our own wedding. So the wedding day comes. It's going to be happening up in New York. I drive up there. I've got some friends in the area in Pennsylvania. They're all coming up for the wedding. It's, going to be awesome. It's going to be outdoors at a park. It was a budget wedding. Like we had less than $200 in the whole thing, from the park rental to the justice of the peace, everything. I don't totally remember why we went with the justice of the peace. But yeah. So anyhow, the night before the wedding, she's got this whole bachelorette party planned, and her and all of her friends are going to go out, and they, it's drinking and all that bachelorette stuff. I don't actually totally know what it was, other than I have no idea what went on. What I do know was for my bachelor party, there was supposed to be one, and there wasn't. My buddies were going to come up that night, and then something happened. They couldn't come up. So I'm there at her parents' house, sitting on the couch in the basement, just kind of watching TV. And I don't remember. I think there was something with like the wedding plan or something. And so I have to call her and be like, hey, what's happening with this, or what's happening with that? And she yeah, she basically, like, she talked to me, but the second conversation, she got really short with me. She's like, I'm, having my party and stuff. Like, don't bother me. Like, this is what I'm doing. And that was not the first red flag in the relationship, but it was a red flag looking at it now. Back then, I'm immature. It's my first relationship ever. I don't know anything. So I'm just like, oh, okay, whatever. Like, she doesn't want me to bother her while then. Meanwhile, I'm just sitting there like, whatever. And her dad comes and talks to me and just tells me, it's not too late to call this off and be done with it. And I kind of thought about that, and I'm like, nah, I'm going ahead with this. So went ahead with it, and she was fun. She liked to party and hang out and just have fun. Generally a fairly bubbly personality. We go get married. The wedding goes really well. My parents didn't approve of the wedding so much they didn't stay for the reception. So at the end of the wedding, my family left. And that was just it was such a spontaneous wedding plan, whatever. We didn't do good in a lot of ways. It just worked out mostly. But I went straight from getting married to the reception, and that's where everybody was going to do the greetings and whatever. And so I didn't even say goodbye to my family at all. They just up and left. They're like, we're not going to it. We're out of here. So they left. And again, that leads to a couple more years of no family relationship whatsoever. Get married, go stay at a hotel, and then the rest of our honeymoon was at my new apartment, which was on the floor because we had no furniture. So we had it was pretty dumb, but I mean, hey, it didn't bother either of us. We were okay with it. New apartment. Basically, I wanted to stay living at my boss's house. He fixed up the basement in that time, so it was more like a mini apartment. He said I couldn't stay because it was a single family unit. I think he just wanted me out. But he said it's zoned as single family dwelling. If you're another family, all of a sudden it's not going to work. And so I got an apartment. Instead of paying $200 a month, now I'm paying $700 a month, or $650. But included heat, which was really cool. So the heat was included in that. So this is in Pennsylvania. It was actually Hanover, Pennsylvania. I had the coolest landlord ever. But yeah, he's really not part of the story, but he was just cool. Fast forward a little bit. Now I'm married. We're going to no real church. I kind of started visiting different churches with her. She was Baptist, same as I grew up, more or less. And she's like, well, she didn't really mind switching over to being Mennonite, putting on the head covering, and I was just like, whatever, like it's optional. I don't even remember if she really did or didn't. Like, I was just, I was just going to a church. I wasn't a member. I wasn't a part of anything. So I kind of bounced around with a couple different Mennonite churches that were not so stringent, if you will. And we were just going along through, and eventually I pretty much decided, based on all the nonsense at work, that I was not going to be Mennonite or Christian anymore. I was more the reverse Calvinist. And Delilah pretty much, through all this, decided she wasn't religious either, didn't really care about it. We didn't have to, she kind of probably just followed my lead. Like, I had all these reasons and logic and everything, and she's just like, okay, whatever, we're not religious, that's fine. So we became not religious, and we're running out of time. So the next part, the early years of marriage and religion and work. What the hell happened? Part 6. In the last part, I talked about getting married, the beginnings of a relationship, some religion and church history, how I was done with religion and doing something else. So now I'm newly married, have the same job as before, and a new place, and higher monthly bills. I'm the only one with a job. Got married, she moved out, she still didn't have a driver's license, she just never really wanted to get one. I'm not really sure, she just procrastinated a lot, which was something that, I didn't it could have been something I could have said, hey, why is she such a procrastinator? Why does she not want to do this stuff? So I'm struggling to do the bills and work full time while she's at home. I guess she was just hanging out. I don't know. She was kind of looking for a job, possibly. Eventually, we go to get her a driver's license, and it took all 3 tries at the DMV, and she failed the parallel parking pretty much every time. And the last time, she crushed the cone on the parallel parking, and you can't try for 6 months later. And our entire financial future, in my mind, is banking on her being able to get a driver's license so she can drive to a job so she can bring in an income. Absolutely mangled it, and they passed her. So cool, worked out for us. We're pretty much, the next couple of years, really not a lot changes. The first 2 years, she's still, just kind of a happy party, make friends, just, real bubbly and happy. And I'm just real I'm different. I'm just real methodical and get the bills paid. And she's thrifty, so she doesn't blow all my money, which is really nice. And then she gets the driver's license, she gets a job, she works at fast food at a Wendy's, which is cool. That's what she had done before. Easily got a job there, and so we're both bringing income, and now we have money, but not a lot, because I'm still making $8-9 an hour maybe at this point. I've had this job for 4 years, something like that. It's pretty much a dead-end job. I don't totally realize it. But I am getting a lot of good building and construction experience. And so I'm just going through. Pretty much the next thing that happens is people keep inviting us back to a Mennonite church. And so I'm like, whatever, I can go. I don't care. I treated it like a social club. We went. There was always food afterwards. It was a good time. So we're going to this Mennonite church, and Delilah, during one of these sermons, it was some kind of hellfire sermon, basically. And she's just like, I don't want to go burn up in hell forever, which, who wants to do that? That sounds terrible. So she totally switches all the way back around, back to full Christian. She's good with the Mennonite thing. And I was happy for her. I'm like, oh, cool, you're one of the chosen ones, because I'm still believing in the whole Calvinist thing of you're either chosen or you're not. I'm like, well, good for you. I'm so glad you're chosen. I'm still not. Whatever it is, what it is. We can still be good and go on. We keep going to the same church. She keeps praying for me and all of this stuff, just really wanting me to become Christian again, too, and thinking my theology's wrong, which it was, and all this stuff. And I came up with a list of 10 things, and I cannot remember anymore what those 10 things are. I was like, these are reasons why God does not love me. Because I fully believed he existed. I lived as an atheist as if he didn't exist because he didn't care about me. I believed he existed. I believed he did not like me. And that was just the end of it. I still, in my mind, I was like, I'm going to show God. I'm going to be the perfect human being. And I didn't cheat. I didn't steal. I was keeping a lot of moral things that I thought were important. And I was just kind of just to show God, hey, look, I'm here being a good person and you won't accept me. Well, yeah, too bad. You're going to have to send me to hell for not doing all these bad things. And I'm sure you'll find something, and it is what it is. But I don't know why I was like that. That's just how I thought. Anyway, this list of 10 things, which again, I can't totally remember. I can remember a couple, but I'm not going to drag other people into it that don't need to be dragged into it. I thought they were impossible. They relied on human free will in order to come about, or God literally had to force somebody to do something. Anyway, all those 10 things crossed off my list in a 6-month period. And I just totally broke down. And I'm like, what? God doesn't hate me? Full realization. And so I came back to being Christian and back to the Mennonites because that's just where we were going. That's how it was working out. Meantime, the relationship between Delilah and I got decent. It was good. The first 4 or 5 years was just fine. Like, I just went to work, did my 9 to 5, came home, we played video games at night or watched movies or whatever, just hung out. Eventually, we decided we were done with the Mennonites. Don't even remember why. Probably the same dumb stuff. Stuff just didn't make sense. I'm back into the religious thinking and everything has to make sense to me. And a bunch of the stuff the Mennonites did not. So we left. And, leaving the Mennonites and thinking you leave the Mennonites are two different things. I don't think you ever really leave them. I think they follow you endlessly throughout the rest of your life and harass and cause you problems. That's coming up. Anyway, we're going to this other church. It's basically like a Baptist church. It's an independent church, familiar to what both Delilah and I grew up with and are familiar with. And we just go, and everything seems good, and everything's going along great, and I've still got my job, and I made myself the first person to go to work, the last person to leave, always came out whenever there was extra work to be done, did the hardest stuff. I was like, yeah. And my boss had said I was never eligible for a promotion because of my beliefs weren't the same as his. Ended up changing his mind and promoted me to foreman. And so I'm the foreman of a construction crew, and I get a big pay raise. I'm making like $12 an hour or maybe $11.50, and things are all going real good. And then I can understand this now from my point of view. Having been self-employed, eventually it just gets to be too much. And my boss is just like, I can't keep going with this. I want to do something else. I'm going to get a different job. I'm going to do something else. And so he decides to lay everybody off. And eventually, like, he just kept laying off from the bottom down. So it was just me and him working, doing custom homes. And we went from custom homes more to renovation type stuff. And I'm the foreman, and I am the only employee. So I'm the foreman of nobody. That's how this is going. And eventually he says, I'm shutting it down. I'm not doing it anymore. And you're going to have to find another job. Meanwhile, I've had the same job for 9 years straight out of high school. I'm like, what am I going to do? This new church I'm going to is a much bigger church. I was used to going to churches with like 20 to 60 people in them. This church had like 500 people every Sunday morning, big church. And a couple of them were contractors. And I ended up talking with one, just basically brought up in like the Sunday school meeting, like, I'm losing my job. And the one I ended up talking with, he did pretty much door and window installs. He was a subcontractor for Lowe's. And I ended up, long story short, deciding I was also going to be a subcontractor after having failed interviews and I just wasn't personable. I'm an introvert. I don't interview well. I don't test well. None of that. So people just weren't that interested in me and hiring me. Plus, I didn't know how to write a resume very well. I'm sure it was awful. So I ended up becoming a subcontractor, which means I needed my business insurance and my contractor license number and all this stuff. Got all that, and everything seemed to be looking up. I was going to be working for him, making a lot more than what I had made before, and I'm running out of time. So in the next part, I'm going to talk about how the relationship went from being my marriage. Those were all the good years. It started to take a turn, and my career choices and path and how it all led to where I ended up. What the hell happened? Part 7. In the last part, I talked about early marriage years. I talked about coming back to religion and losing my job. So I ended up losing my job. It wasn't on a strict timetable. I unsuccessfully tried to get jobs elsewhere, even though I had 9 years of construction work history. I just wasn't successful. So ended up somebody I was going to church with. He had a construction company. It was just him and another subcontractor, essentially, and he brought me on as a second subcontractor. Got my license, got my insurance, and went out to start doing work. And it was pretty cool. I worked with him, alongside of him, quite a bit. I had 9 years construction experience again at this point, so a lot of the stuff came right to me. I learned a ton from him. He predominantly did doors and windows. We did do some renovations, some additions, some things like that. That was really cool to get into. Just ended up learning a lot, but I didn't always have 40 hours a week. Other times it was really busy, and this is where my marriage with Delilah started falling apart. I'm sure it started falling apart a while ago, and yeah, again, I'm sure like there's all kinds of fault lying on my part, because I don't think a relationship can ever really fall apart unless both parties kind of allow it to happen. Yeah, I just didn't notice any issues or warning signs, but basically I'm getting into this new job. It's highly stressful. There's a lot more paperwork involved. And so it started out kind of part-time-ish, and we got into a really busy season. I got slammed with work, and he was sending me out on jobs on my own, just small jobs, doors, windows, 1 to 2 day jobs. I would go out, take care of it. Ended up, as this was going on, I ended up selling my Mustang that I had for many years and buying a work truck, a black truck. You guys have seen it here on the property. I haven't driven it much at all recently, but that was my work truck. And I sold my really cool Mustang to do it, but income made sense. Shifting gears back over to my marriage, things are really kind of going okay. We're kind of distant. I struggle, like everything, to get her to keep a job, have a job, bring in revenue, because I'm struggling to make the ends meet on all of it. We were dead broke almost all the time, like living paycheck to paycheck. Neither of us had really much of any credit. We ended up, just after the housing crash of, I guess it was '08, the prices fell, but all the regulations hadn't caught up yet, so you could still buy a house with almost 0% down. Meanwhile, my rent kept going up. Ended up realizing that I can own a house for less than my rent payment, so bought a house. It was a project house. It needed a lot of help. 1/10 of an acre, over 100 years old, knob and tube wiring, all kinds of issues. And so we start renovating this house, and she changes jobs from, I find it hard to believe she had a fast food job that long, which she probably did. The church we were going to had a daycare, so she switched over and worked as a helper in this daycare, and that seemed to be going all right. She had some trauma issues at work and stuff, so it was kind of going all right, but it wasn't really. I kept working on doing my own business, and this house that we got, I'm renovating it because it's got issues. I'm moving walls, I'm tearing off drywall, which is horsehair, plaster, and lath, finding all this wiring that's not right, have to replace all of it. So I'm slowly working on that in the evenings, and yeah, Delilah's just sitting there on her computer. She's just not a very motivated person. Like, I wasn't really either when we got married at a young age, and I started getting more sense of responsibility, wanting to get somewhere in life, wanting to accelerate and make more money. So I'm pushing really hard. I'm starting to bid my own jobs on the side, which isn't really on the side because I wasn't truly an employee. I'm bidding my own jobs. I'm working on this house at night, and we get a group of friends. Basically almost kind of like a reenactment kind of group. Not really. We really just went on hikes and hung out, and we just had this group of friends. So we just hung out with them. We had a similar interest. Just whatever, having fun. She loved to go do stuff with them. I did too, but I was so busy with everything else going on that I just didn't go all the time. And because I changed to somebody who's way more driven, way more motivated, working all the time, and she didn't, we ended up with some kind of discrepancy in how we viewed life, I guess. Anyway, for the most part, everything's going good. She's hanging out with this group of friends a lot more, and I'm totally good with it. Like, that's cool. Like, it gives her something to do while I'm doing my thing. Yeah, she works a full-time job. She's helping pay the bills. It's working out great. I'm struggling to make money because I keep having to buy tools to keep the whole business going and growing and expanding, and I'm getting into this whole business mindset, and she's just, having this fun social life mindset, which used to be my mindset, more or less. Again, I'm an introvert, so kinda. Yeah. Anyway, eventually it gets to the point where we just don't really talk anymore. We don't communicate much anymore. Like, nothing seems to be going bad, but nothing seems to be going good either. And we just do less and less stuff together. And one of these times we all went on a group hike with this whole new group of people, and she was just downright nasty to me, like just putting me down, and I had no idea where it all was coming from. And I noticed more and more as we were at home, she was just on her phone, which whatever, but like, she's on her phone differently. She's not saying, oh, check out this cool thing or this or that. She's just smiling and just really happy, and she never says a word to me. Never, I ask her what's up or anything, and she's like, yeah, nothing, whatever. She's just whatever. I just get funny vibes from this whole thing. And eventually I want to know, what in the world is she doing on her phone she finds so fascinating that she doesn't share with me? And I go into her phone and I discover a whole nother social life. But yeah, actually the first thing I discovered was a email and chat history from some guy she just met at a hotel that very day, when she said she was at work, but obviously she got time off, and she wasn't at work. She was at the hotel with this guy, and I had the whole message history. I don't remember if she was sleeping or what the deal was, how I got her phone, but I just wanted to see what was up, and that was not what I was expecting at all. And so I think about a day goes by or something. I was just in shock, like I didn't get it or understand it. And the next day I just confronted her about it. Like, look, I went through your phone. I found this whole conversation, and she didn't really deny any of it. She just got very, I don't know, guilty looking, like, I don't know, like, all upset about it. I'm like, what is this? And she's like, well, we don't do anything together anymore. And I'm like, well, I'm busy. Like, I'm trying to keep our life going. I'm trying to renovate this house. I'm trying to start a business. I'm trying to expand. Like, I've got all this stuff. And then she's eventually like, well, I thought you were cheating on me. And I'm like, when would I have time to do that? No. Really, I'm just in shock about the whole thing, and never saw it coming, and wasn't really sure what I did wrong or what I was doing wrong and how I should have been better. Like, I totally remember the state of complete confusion. And I thought that, all right, well, we can, she's totally sorry. Like, I'm supposed to forgive her. Like, all this stuff's going through my mind. And I'm like, this is it, right? Absolutely no more. Like, this is the only time. And I'm just a day late in catching it. And yes, that's it. And then part 8 on what the hell happened. I left it off with an affair, and my whole world gets flipped upside down. I thought the marriage was good. I was super busy, really getting into being self-employed and renovating a house that I had purchased with Delilah, my wife. And this whole thing was just the craziest monkey wrench. And I remember going to work the next day like I was in a total daze. I remember it clear as day. We were working on a deck. All of us were together, and the other subcontractor and the boss, I guess. And we're working on a deck, and it's a PVC sleeve on deck. I cannot possibly drill holes in the right side of the deck post to save my life. Never made such dumb mistakes. Like, I was just totally in a daze. I don't know who to talk to. I don't know what to say. Like, you know, totally in a daze. And the religion totally comes into this big time. Because most people would be like, what? You cheated? I'm out of here. Well, that's not what I believed. I believed marriage was forever, and when there's problems, you work on them and you fix them, and you know, you do. But also, the idea of leaving her never really entered my mind, because I believed forgiveness was the most important thing. Looking back at it, I'm just like, I'm dumb. I didn't even understand what the Bible said. Like, no wonder I'm like, anyway, whatever. And I know I talked about cults and all kinds of other stuff. There's a reason I've gone into as much detail on certain other things, and all this stuff's going to start tying in. But back to the whole affair thing. About a week goes by. Delilah sleeps on the couch. I sleep in the bed. Sometimes she just sleeps on the floor. She feels real bad. She's doing whatever she can to show me that she is sorry. And crying, sobbing in all conversations, you know, whatever. She's just very, very sorry is my impression. And, you know, I questioned her 2-3 times. Like, this is it, right? There was nothing else. This is the first time. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I was dumb. So, remember in the last part how I talked about we had all this group of friends and we'd go on hikes, and she was nasty to me and yeah, just making fun of me and whatever. Well, turns out that the wife of one of these guys in the group, pretty much the head of the group, the wife comes to me and says, your wife just can't be coming out here and just hanging out all the time. And I'm just like, what are you talking about? Well, basically she's like, you know that my husband and your wife are yeah, pretty much like together. And I'm like, no. Turns out they were getting together and yeah, doing stuff. And so this is literally a week after I discover and question her, make sure there's no more. I learned this. And so once again, I'm like, what the hell? And I go to her and I'm just like, what is this? And again, she doesn't deny it. She's really sorry. She didn't want to tell me about that one because it was going to hurt me. All this stuff. And it's just like, I'm still reeling from the first one I learned about. And that's when I'm like, all right, give me your phone. Like, I am going through this thing. And I go through it, and wouldn't you know it, I find a third individual who, from all the messages I can tell, they never met. It was just over the internet. But there is pictures and graphic text descriptions and talk about me. She trashed me all over the place, and all these conversations with these other guys. So they didn't all know about me, but some of them did. One of the guys, I just was wrapping up loose ends. I'm just emailing him. I'm like, she's married. This isn't happening. I don't know why I did that. It just, whatever. I don't know where my mind was. I was a mess. And I ended up emailing back and forth with this one guy who's just like, dude, I'm totally sorry. I've been cheated on before. I had no idea. And like, you know, it's just like, it's all right. I'm not like upset with you. I just like, you know, I knew that Delilah was off betraying me as much as possible, apparently. For a long time, I totally believed it was just those two individuals she actually met. Right now, looking back on it, like, come on. There's no way. This was going on. It may not have started until around when I found out, but yeah, this was going on a lot. And so, obviously, we have some marriage problems. But again, my religion, and most of you are like, no, there's no marriage problems. There's the end of a marriage. That would be the reasonable, intelligent thing to say. Again, I was so into my religious beliefs, as I still am, but I didn't have a right perception on how forgiveness was supposed to be versus, like, you don't just let somebody just do all this stuff and do nothing. But that's where I was at, and I was like, all right, like, I'm just going to forgive her for all this too. And in a way you wouldn't expect, it totally ended up coming back to bite me because I set one hell of a precedent in how our relationship would work going forward. Basically, and I'm going to go over the highlights, the next 2 years were absolute hell. I had no idea how much of an impact this could have on a person, or how like it just stretched on day after day. Like every day I wake up, my eyes are heavier than normal. Like I'm just not motivated to do stuff, but I just have to. So I just go through the motions, and like, you know, someday this won't bother me. Someday this will, and it just every day. And for about 6 months it was like that. And I woke up one day and I'm like, no, I don't want to be here anymore. As in, like, I don't want to be anywhere anymore. And I'm just done. And I'm just like asking God, I'm like, you know, I'm supposed to forgive and all this stuff. Like, how does this work? Like, I literally cannot exist another day on this planet. And I just, you know, keep saying that. And then some of you know all about this dude, Minion. So I wake up, I'm going to take Delilah to work. I don't remember why. You know what? I didn't have to work that day. I had nothing to do that day. And work had slowed down, which was making this whole thought process and me in my head way too crazy. And there's this little dog underneath the car. And he's totally cool. No, I find this dog under the car, and I'm like, the heck, like, she's late for work or whatever, and I'm trying to get him and he won't come out. And eventually I have Delilah shove a 2x4 underneath the end. It slides along the concrete, scares the crap out of Minion, and he bolts for it. And I put gloves on because I don't want to get bit by dogs. I don't know anything about dogs. I dive on top of him, I get a hold of him, he turns with his little mouth, chomps me in the thumb. Makes me really mad. I'm still mad about that. But anyway, so I get him, like, I don't know what to do with him. I stick him in the bathtub, close the glass doors, take Delilah to work, come back home, look down at this little dude, and I just, like, start petting him. And yeah, like, I went from wanting life to just not exist to having some kind of purpose in life. And tried to find his owner. Long story short, a bunch of you guys already know this story. Ended up keeping him. And he kept me going throughout that entire process of mentally getting over this stuff. And I've learned something in life. It takes 2 years to get over anything, and it feels like you're dying every single day until that 2-year mark comes. And maybe that's just me personally, maybe it works different for other people, but I have learned with me, to get over something, it takes 2 years. And I never told anyone about any of this stuff. I let her keep her reputation, keep her job. Like, I gave her no consequences whatsoever from what she did. Over those 2 years and beyond of just trying to get over it and get back to some kind of normal, things never really did get normal again. And I just believed in forgive and forget and move on. But what I believed and what I felt, and it wasn't jiving. So counseling. I wanted to go to counseling. She wanted me to do the forgive and forget and do no counseling. And it took quite a while, but I eventually convinced her we needed help. What the hell happened? Part 9. Whew. The last one was, well, I mean, if you lived through it, it was a doozy. If you're just watching it, it's a different type of doozy. Anyway, basically, I found out that my wife of 7-ish years ended up having affairs, and multiple of them. And I was trying to work through forgiving her. At the same time, I'm very reflective on myself. Like, what did I do? How did I screw this up? I wasn't always the best husband. I was most definitely never the best husband. You know, and there was validity to what she said. I was ignoring her, yes, and I had my reasons, you know, because bills, because renovate our house, because all this stuff. You know, were they excuses? Possibly. Probably. I don't totally know. It's just it's just one of those things. Like, I could have done better, and I should have sacrificed in other areas of life so that the marriage was better. But would it have changed anything? I don't know. Honestly, I doubt it. Anyway, Delilah finally gets convinced to get counseling with me, marriage counseling. We're still in the same church, still going to the same church. I have allowed her to have zero consequences from any of her behavior. I just thought it was the most forgiving way and the way we could move on. Like, what was I going to do? Like, call up her family and say, hey, she cheated on me, or, go tell the church, hey, she cheated, fire her from her job so we can have even more trouble making ends meet. Like, there was a financial aspect to it. Was it not just the religious thing? Did I also know that, like, I would lose everything financially if I split with her? What motivated me? Not totally sure. It was a mixture. Anyway, finally convinced her to go to counseling. She just didn't want to. She wants to be done with it, move on from it. It's done. It's over. Like, have you forgiven me or not? And it's like, yes, but I'm an angrier person. I have outbursts at her. I yell and scream at her over dumb stuff, like her choice of music. She's telling me, I remember one particular time she's telling me about, like, this music group or that music group, and I just, like, lose it, and I'm just yelling at her about how dirty the microwave is or something. Nobody cares about your stupid music, and I just, that was an idiot. Like, so when I say we need to go to counseling, it wasn't me, like, dragging her to counseling and you need to be a better person. I was like, we got issues, and I got issues, and I've not talked to anybody about this for like 2 years, and I need to backtrack. I have to introduce another character. We're going to call him Tom, because whatever, I ran out of interesting names. But everybody that's a character in this is a character towards the end, and there's a reason they're being brought into this. So Tom was a very conservative Mennonite, more conservative than I was. Pretty much threw his hands up, said he had enough of it. Never truly did, though. He just switched from one type of Mennonite to another. Whatever, not relevant at this point in time. But we just ended up becoming buddies. We played video games. We'd go over he'd come over to my house. He had some other friends. He had a brother. They came over. We played video games. This was going on before I found out about all the affairs that my wife was having. But anyhow, Tom and I become really good buddies. We do a bunch of stuff together. He's a mechanic. I don't know much about working on my vehicles. My vehicles were always falling apart. He helped me out. I helped him out with computers so we could do more video games, because again, I'm just crazy motivated by playing video games, and I needed an outlet. Like, I just needed some way to turn my mind off of everything that was going on. And so Tom and I become really good buddies. We hang out a lot. I'm always over at the mechanic shop. He's always over in the evenings hanging out with me. He works on my truck. We become friends, and really good friends. And I eventually end up telling him about the whole affair thing. And so he's like the one person I ended up telling, and I don't think he let it go any further. Like, he didn't really know. We didn't have many mutual friends. Or the ones that we did have, he never brought it up, as far as I know. Anyhow, I ended up going to counseling with my wife. Counselors from the church. They were just church counselors. They did have some kind of credentials. At least one of them did. Anyway, they were really good, so whatever. We went there, and they basically told me the affair was not my fault, or the affairs were not my fault, and they had some kind of Christian course thing. She went through workbooks. She was going through all this stuff, writing down all the right things, whatever. Honestly, I think she wanted things to go back to the way they were. I wanted things to go back to the way they were. And so we go through this whole, probably a 6-month period, meeting at least once a week, and we're you know, going through stuff. And at the end of it, it gets better. It worked. But things aren't the same. They're not the same. They cannot possibly go back to being the same. But I did, again, the whole 2-year thing passed. I'm not feeling it as bad. I stopped having outbursts at her, at least anywhere near on a consistent basis it was coming to be. She absolutely frustrated me with a lot of things, and she knew I liked things to be done a certain way, and that she would not do them that way. So I ended up being the one, in addition to, in my mind, doing all this other stuff. I also ended up cleaning the house and doing all these other things, because she would just take grease and smear it all around. And I don't know, I truly don't know, like, was I like just an angry, like, person, just upset she didn't do things? Like, was I too critical? Was I too much, I really want this to be this way, and I'm mad at you if you don't make it my way? Like, is that a personal fault in me? Or was what I honestly think she was just like, I don't want to clean the kitchen. If I just smear grease around instead of like using soap and water, just use water and smear it everywhere, he'll come clean it up and I don't have to do anything, and I can just go back to, you know, chilling, hanging with friends, being on my phone. There were just, every marriage is going to have some kind of like just frustrations, and that was a consistent frustration. And I think I think she had a good thing going. I would do everything, and she knew that no matter what she did or how she treated me, I was never going to leave her and always going to provide. And that was another thing, is like, you know, she's working at a daycare, and like, I'm like, come on, go get some college education. We have no kids. Like, kids just didn't come along. We didn't try for them. We didn't not try for them. Kids just never happened. And I'm just like, well, you're not a stay-at-home mom taking care of kids. Go get a career type of job. Bring in some kind of real income. And she just, I don't want to. She just wanted to hang out with kids in a daycare. She wanted to do babysitting, all kinds of stuff that just didn't pay anything. And I got myself to a point where I'm like, let's progress in life. And I changed. She didn't change. I changed. I changed into being very motivated, very self-driven, and she never got that way. She just stayed whatever, laid back. Yeah, that's just how it was. By the time this whole counseling thing was over, and, you know, a year or two down the road, I'm feeling like it's all fine and over with, and there's no real issues anymore. I'm back to like actually trusting she's not doing that anymore. And then more religion stuff. We ended up leaving the church that we were a part of for however many years, and kind of formed our own church. It wasn't really the plan, but there were some things that just, with that church, it just, no. Anyway, out of time again. Next part. What the hell happened? Part 10. In part 9, I pretty much left you guys with dealing with the affairs that happen, going to counseling, getting things smoothed over, and still going to the same church for a while until we didn't. So, basically, we were going to this church. Everything was great. Really, you know, loving to help the community and getting involved and all kinds of stuff. And eventually, like, I feel like churches sometimes just have like their favorite couples, and, you know, they love when new people come in. They're just really ambitious, and that's what we were. Like, that's what Delilah and I were. Just real gung-ho and wanting to be involved and help people and learn, and you know, the whole like affairs thing, relationship issues, just totally like stalled everything. And then the final straw was the preacher. Nice guy. Couldn't ask for a nicer guy. There were a lot of older people in the church, and a lot of them were going through difficult times and suffering, and, you know, so the pastor thought it would be a good idea to do a series of sermons on suffering and grief loss. That's cool. 9 months. 9 months. Every single freaking sermon was grief loss, suffering, pain, cancer. Like it was just, none of it was relevant to my life at all whatsoever. And so he started into this about 4 weeks in. I'm like, I'm done. This is just too much. And I've got way too many characters entering and re-entering the storyline at this point. So you're just going to have to bear with me because I'm going to struggle keeping it all together. So I'm still living in the same house. I'm self-employed. The business is going better. And Jezebel moves in. If you remember all the way back to the beginning of this series, Jezebel is my sister, and we had talked about, she was all over the place in her career. She really didn't have one. She was going to be a teacher, and I'm not sure what happened. Doesn't really matter. She had no real career path. She never lived on her own. She was in her mid-20s. Either living at school or living at home with parents. And I had always kind of had this dream of homesteading. And so my sister and brother, Jezebel and Nabal, we sat down along with Delilah, my wife, and we sat down and formulated a plan on how life was going to go. And homesteading was it. We were all going to purchase a property together. Nabal was planning to go to med school and become a doctor. He was getting into the whole med field, and he wanted, a very elaborate, awesome life, like whatever. Like he was not like dirt under my fingernails type of person. That just wasn't him. So he ended up laying out this whole plan. He was going to have a mansion on the front of it. Back behind it was going to be this homestead. And I was just going to live back there, and we were going to have our own homes, and we were going to do the homestead thing. He was going to basically fund the whole thing, not have to take care of any animals, not have to do any of that, but he got to have it. So Nabal was planning to do all this. He was a single guy going through school. And again, I have to reiterate that my parents joined the Mennonites when I was 16, and my siblings were Mennonites, but they joined it at a younger age and far more committed to being Mennonites than I was. I don't really care what they were, it didn't matter to me. Jezebel ends up moving in with Delilah and I. We're still in this house, we're renovating it. It's mostly done being renovated. Our plan is to fix this house up and sell it, and then purchase land and homestead. That was really cool. So in the meantime, we're finishing going to this church I was talking about, and I'm still fully Christian. I still believe you need to be going to church every Sunday, and I'm not really sure what church to go to. And eventually I'm like, I'll just start my own church. So the three of us start our own church, and the three of us come to our services, which aren't really anything other than we just keep putting different preachers up on the laptop screen, and we watch that and call it church. And Tom, my buddy that I introduced earlier, him and his wife, they decided to come to our church because they're not really sure where they fit and what they want to do. And so I'm not really sure if it was kind of partially a Mennonite church, partially a Baptist church. Absolutely neither of those. It was just a church. We got together, did the whole rehearsed church thing. There was no preacher. Like I was not preaching anything. I did sit down, and we eventually kind of figured out that everybody comes up with part of the church service. And so we sit down and we, the week before, we come up with everything we need to go over, whatever topics, and we go for it. One of the things about doing your own church is, well, you don't just sit down in the pew and see what the pastor has to say. So I'm going through the Bible, I'm studying, I'm reading, I'm trying to come up with stuff. just trying to learn. That's what you're supposed to do, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with learning. And so I'm going through, I'm watching other teachers on the internet, I'm going all over the place, and I find this one guy on the internet, and he's talking about how he does his church service on Saturday, and everyone else does it on Sunday, and he's talking about switching work and with the other guy so he can take Saturday off, and he's like, I don't work on Saturday at all, and he's like, it's the Sabbath, and I'm like, well, the Sabbath is done away with, we have the Lord's Day now, which is Sunday, and I'm going through all this like theological stuff, and I'm arguing with him as he's on his live video on Facebook, and I'm just typing back and forth with him, and he's like, hey, you do you, whatever, if that's what you believe, that's cool. Like, he's like, I'm not here to change your mind or anything, and I'm like, no, you're wrong, and I'm going to change your mind. So after that's over, he's not going to come back on for like another week, or I don't know, I think he came on every couple days. Anyway, I go, and what you're supposed to do when somebody gives you information is you're supposed to go look at the source, in this case the Bible, and find out what it really says. I didn't do that. I went to Google, and I started typing in, when did the Sabbath turn into Sunday? And I'm typing this in everywhere, and I'm looking at all the arguments for how Sunday's the new day, and Saturday, was the day, and it was for just the Israelites, and all this stuff. And every time I find an article and start reading why, I'm like, this article's poorly written. These people disprove their own point in their very article. Like, who is writing these? I just needed a single Bible verse to be saying that Sunday is now the day, but they kept saying, well, it's because, Jesus rose on Sunday. And it's like, well, that's not a reason. That just means he rose on Sunday. Like, and the math didn't work out from 3 days and 3 nights to Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That wasn't working out. It just, nothing was making sense. And I kept trying to make it make sense so I could go argue with this guy. And I went over there to argue with the guy, and I'm like, yeah, I got nothing. What is it you were saying? Because I want to know what you were saying. So, and he pretty much is like, yeah, that happened to me too. I'm like, cool. And so I talk to my wife and my sister, and I'm just like, guys, what about this? And I figured they'd just balk at me and just be done with it all. And 3 days later, they're like, yeah, that makes sense. Like, we tried to figure it out, and we couldn't either. And I'm like, really? Okay. And then so we told Tom and his wife, who we were doing house church with, and they're like, yeah, you're nuts. We're out of here. And they were done with it. That just wasn't their thing. But anyway, homesteading, religious stuff, Mennonites, all that stuff is all going to start wrapping back around and tying together. But I just got to make sure I don't get them ahead of myself. Next part. What the hell happened? Part 11. Okay, so talked about my sister moving in, talked about planning to homestead with both of my siblings, talked about leaving the church I was in and coming to a somewhat different set of beliefs, believing that there's 10 commandments in the Bible, and one of them is remember the Sabbath, keep it holy, and why don't we do that? And went down that whole thing. So we ended up pretty much stopping our home church and just went full into trying to study all this stuff. And then we came up with, I was studying ahead of them. So they were just checking, if you will, what I thought I learned and tried to see if it made any sense or not. And after days to weeks, they ended up always agreeing with me. I don't know if I was just convincing or what. Like, I didn't try to be. Like, I'm like, you learn something, you tell people, like, hey, I think this is correct, right? So I thought that the Sabbath applied to Christians today, and then I learned that, maybe the entire Old Testament isn't just history, maybe that's relevant to today, and just trying to sort through it. It was a whole thing, and I'm like, well, maybe we shouldn't be eating pork, and maybe we should be following the dietary laws that you know, existed. And the church today says that Jesus came to save them from sins, and not only just save them from sins, but save them from all the rules that God gave humanity. And it just didn't make sense. Like, why would God send his own son to save humanity from his father's rules? Like, I just had questions, right? Meantime, a few weeks go by, we find another group of people that have this, maybe not same belief, but really, really similar. They're just a house church. And we start going over there, and just learning, and I'm just, it was a whole, like, worldview change in my head, and that just doesn't happen instantly. So, let me shift gears over to preparing to homestead. My brother Nabal, he ended up finding a Mennonite girl at the church. He was decided to do the full-on Mennonite thing, get fully engrossed in it, decided not to go to med school and be a doctor, but he did get into the medical field. And the whole homesteading thing, he's like, nah, like most people, they kind of dream about it, talk about it, and then they're like, nah, that's fine. So in the meantime, Jezebel, my sister, was living here with Delilah, my wife, and me, and all three of us are in this house. We're renovating this house, fixing it up. Jezebel has no idea what to do career-wise at all whatsoever. She doesn't know. She works at a dog kennel place there in Pennsylvania, living in the house. She works there part-time. She helps me renovate the home because she was way more handy than Delilah. She just wanted to babysit kids and then sit at home the rest of the time and allow me to just go ahead and do my thing, and propel us forward and take care of her, which I didn't mind, whatever. Jezebel and I are a lot alike. We think alike, we're very similar, we're siblings, but Nabal, my brother, he's just very, very, very different. More higher education minded. So he dropped out. He's still part of the story. Meanwhile, Jezebel, Delilah, and I were all on the same page, pretty much religious-wise, going to this new church group. It's a home church. That's all going fine. But Delilah and Jezebel, those two kind of butt heads. And I was not, with my wife, Delilah, I just was not, the whole affairs thing. Our relationship was okay, but it wasn't good. Like, it was a surface relationship. And honestly, looking back on it, I never had anything but a surface relationship. There weren't really deep conversations. It was just, I don't know, I just thought that's what relationships were, and whatever, like, it is what it is. But so there's like internal conflict within the home. Nonetheless, we still proceed with the dream of homesteading. We start looking at properties. We're all kind of excited about that. And I end up getting the house finished up completely. And we're like, all right, cool. Let's go practice some homesteading. So I try to sell the house, doesn't sell. I rent it out and then find some horrible trailer, basically on a farm, and we all move over there. It's less rent than what I'm getting for rent at the other place, so it works out. And we've got like 2 acres of land, so we can get rabbits, and we start getting different animals. I start experimenting with solar. I start experimenting with like all these different things that I think are going to be relevant to homesteading, and we're all just going through, getting it figured out, and we end up finding some properties. Somehow I just never qualify. We just never quite have enough money to, like, we love this property, we want it, and we just can't get it. Meanwhile, we are living dirt cheap. Like, I mean, we're talking dumpster diving for food so we can scrape every penny possible and put it towards saving and homesteading. I'm doing really well at business. Like the construction, the renovation company I stopped subbing for other people. We're just going. The business is doing great. I'm hiring subs myself to help me balance the workload and handle it. I hired Delilah, my wife, to become a warehouse manager, try to do the paperwork. She doesn't like it. She's terrible at it. Or she's terrible at it because she doesn't like it. I don't know. That didn't work out. She starts babysitting. Jezebel, my sister, she needs, something else. I was hiring her. I have 1099s from every year that she was there. She didn't pay any rent, and it might not seem necessary for me to tell you that I paid her every year, but it's necessary for later. I paid her every year for the hours she put in, and she's helping me in the business. All that stuff's going good. Sometimes Delilah would come to the job with me, and we would just do stuff. Meanwhile, Jezebel needs more to do than all that. I don't have full-time work at all for her, just here and there. And she decides she wants to get into dog training. And she's good with animals, so cool. And I helped her start that from the business side, and I said, you still don't have to worry about rent. You don't have to help, renovate the house for, helping with rent anymore because, first of all, we're not in it. The house is renovated. It's done. So she starts her own business, and I help her a ton with the whole business side of it because I've been running a business for a while, and I'm just business-minded, and she really wasn't. So I help her get that started. She makes money. That's all going to help towards the homestead. I'm going to have to back up, but I don't even have time to back up in this video. Hold on a sec. Okay, so I just have to give more backstory on Jezebel, and it's just going to be way too much. There's just more stuff about her character that just is important to fit in here, and I don't have time in this video. Next one's going to start with that. Meanwhile, we're continuously looking for properties. We find one. It is on a road called NarroWay Road, which is in part where the name of the homestead actually originated from, because this is NarroWay Homestead. So we find this property. We love it. It's 9 acres. The taxes are $6,000 a year on it. It's terrible. The purchase price is right, though. The house is falling apart. The barn probably gonna need to be pushed over. It's wetlands, most of it's flooded. There's all kinds of issues. It was cheap. We put an offer on it. We are getting ready to move. We are doing this homestead thing. We've got everything figured out. 2 days before closing, the title company calls and says, hey, there's an extra $80,000 lien on this property. Everything's off. Meanwhile, we're all packed up. We're ready to move out of this horrible trailer. We were ready for the next step. Everything was coming together. I was going to have a spot to put all my supplies. I was going to build a warehouse. Everything was planned out, good to go, and boom, all fell apart. Anyway, backstory on Jezebel, my sister, next part. What the hell happened? Part 12. In the last episode, I talked all about how we were getting ready to homestead, and I really needed to backtrack and give some kind of more history on Jezebel, my sister, and I actually really don't know a whole lot. I just know what she's told me, and yeah, so we pretty much lost contact for the most part. When I left home, she would have been 14 or 15, something like that. Don't really know a whole lot about what happened other than she went to some kind of Mennonite school of some sort that was for higher learning. I don't know. Not really sure what all went on. She did some kind of online classes, from what she told me, for being a teacher or something, and none of that all worked out, so she just kind of worked odd jobs. I always knew that she loved dogs, and my parents actually got a dog right before I moved out, and they ended up just really liking dogs, and my sister in particular just really liked dogs, and so I think she did dog club things, and I'm not sure what all. Basically, I was just really convinced that she was really good with animals. She told me she was good with animals. She always loved them from what I knew, and once she moved out and in with my wife and I, that's where I really got to see more of her interactions with animals and stuff. And it wasn't exactly how I would have done it, but I don't know anything about animals. Yeah. So when Jezebel moved in, everything seemed fine. Everything seemed to be going good. She got along with my wife really well. Things were just progressing well, and I'm not sure if it was like 6 months in or something, and there was just like headbutts. And it's to be expected, you know, when you are living with someone you've never lived with before, that can just happen. But it just kind of not really got to an extreme, but they were just constantly disagreeing about everything. And for whatever reason, I mean, I lived there. I was just like the middleman. Like, they both come to me with the issues, and I'm supposed to somehow resolve them or smooth them over. And eventually, I think it got to the point where I was supposed to take sides and stuff that I just didn't want to be involved in. And nothing major. It was always just little stuff. This needs to be done this way. This needs to be done that way. But there was definitely some issues. And then every once in a while, they would just totally resolve it and seem to like get along good. And then it would always revert back. And there was just an underlying thing with Jezebel that from everything I could perceive, she thought that most other people on the planet were stupid. And while I kind of also can see where one might get that perspective, I just don't think you can really have that perspective about other people. Sometimes she would say that my wife was stupid. I mean, maybe she wouldn't say that just like that, but she would kind of allude to that. And when you're married to somebody and your partner's with somebody, that should be like your person, and you guys are just like bonded together. And we weren't like that. And so I would say it was fairly easy to end up driving a wedge in between me and my wife. And I facilitated or allowed it to happen by not just communicating well and effectively with my wife. And we never really had good communication, so I don't really know how that was possible. I just know in theory, like, how it's supposed to go, and you're supposed to communicate better with your person. Anyway, shortly after Jezebel moved in, there was this older guy that came from, I don't remember how it was. I think he just came to kind of like spontaneously visit from Ohio. And Jezebel had known him previously somehow. I'm unaware of exactly what the connection was, but he wanted to come out and talk to her. Jezebel wanted nothing to do with him and said, you know, I'm not talking to him. I'm done speaking with him. He just needs to go away, but now he's coming out. And he was getting a hotel, and all he wanted to do was just have a conversation, according to her. He's like, he wants to have a conversation with me. I don't want to have a conversation. And so she's coming to me as the brother, like, hey, this guy won't leave me alone. So this is back when I was going to this church with like 500-ish people, whatever it was. And so I'm like, well, what's his deal? And so she's like, she had a meeting set up with him at a restaurant at X time on X day. And she's like, but I don't want to be there. I don't want nothing to do with anything. And I'm like, all right, I'll intercept him then. And I'll just communicate. You don't want nothing to do with him. I also kind of wanted to show him that a bunch of people were there to protect Jezebel and just say, hey, you know, she doesn't want to interact with you. So I got probably 8 other people, including Tom, to come with me. And there were a whole bunch of us, a couple people in vehicles, just waiting outside. We didn't want to like totally bombard him, but he's in there sipping a cup of coffee or something, waiting for Jezebel to come in. And instead it's me and 2 other dudes, and we just sit at the table and say, hi, X, you know, whatever his name was, which I know, but I'm not saying it. Basically, hey, you know, what's up? What's going on? What are you here for? What's happening? And he's just like, well, I thought I was here to meet Jezebel, and I just wanted to talk and say some things. And I'm like, well, she doesn't want to talk to you. And he wouldn't take no for an answer. He's like, no. And I'm like, you see all these people out here and all these deep vehicles, like, yeah, like we're all here to basically say you need to pack up and go away. He breaks down sobbing and everything's terrible, and he's like, he's got paperwork and stuff, and he's like, you know, I'm fired from my job, or I lost my job. I don't remember all the details. It's irrelevant. Basically, something was going on with him. He said, hey, you got to go. Eventually convinced him. He broke down, was sobbing. It was so cool how, like, she had all these people to support her, and it must be so nice. And I don't know what his deal was. That was one track mind. Get him out of here. He goes back to his hotel the next day. He keeps reaching out to her. We end up trading. I had all my tools on a job site, so Jezebel and I end up trading vehicles, and because she doesn't want him to find her in that vehicle out anywhere, and I go out and, you know, just we swap vehicles. He's still at the hotel. I go talk to him, tell him to get out of town. Doesn't leave. I call the cops, say, hey, this guy's in town. He's harassing my sister. He needs to, like, move along. And they're like, well, we can't really do anything, but we can go and maybe encourage him to move along and say there's nothing here for him. This story does have tremendous relevance later, but I'm putting it in now because I'm trying to keep it in chronological order. Okay, so I got to finish the story. He did what the police said, packed up, got out of town, and probably 6 months later, I found out through Jezebel that he had passed away, assuming from natural causes or something. Anyway, I wasn't ever sure what was in all the papers he had, but she ended up telling me something about his retirement. I don't know if he knew he was sick or not doing well, but anyway, he left her a large sum of money, according to her. And it would appear that would be the case based on the bank account statements she showed me and the check and everything else. So she came into some funding, and she thought this was so cool because it's going to help with this whole homestead plan we have. And so we pretty much made a choice that I was going to fund the land, and she was going to fund all the animals and animal infrastructure and whatever was entailed with that, because between working at her business and that, she was going to be okay. So that ended up being the plan. I really didn't think much about it other than that's just what happened. But she did eventually tell me later on that there was some type of relationship between him and her. So anyway, on to homesteading, and all of this stuff will make sense as to why I said it and what it has to do with anything once we get to the end of this. Next part. What the hell happened? Part 13. So the last video, I went over some backstory of Jezebel, my sister, and what all was kind of taking place to what I know. And before that, I was getting ready to homestead, and the property we were trying to buy fell through. So we're pretty much chilling at this place, and we were ready to move, and now all of a sudden we can't move, and I have to call up the landlord and say, hey, you know, I know we were going to move out in like half a month, but we really can't because we have nowhere to go. And he was nice enough to let us stay there. At this point, I'm getting fed up with trying to find, this is like the 4th or 5th place we tried to buy. This one got really, really close to actually purchasing, and that whole thing just made it all fall apart. So I was like, maybe just Pennsylvania. I just can't afford Pennsylvania. It's too expensive. I didn't want to leave because I had a good, solid business, and I always knew that at any time, if I needed to do just a few jobs or whatever it was, that I could do that. I had a whole customer clientele. Everything was working out good. It was just a safety net. I wanted my safety net, but I was irritated enough at this point that, okay, forget the safety net. Can I go somewhere else that this is going to work out? And so started looking at a bunch of other states. A lot of states made the list, and a lot of states quickly left the list. It's like, well, I want something that's somewhat favorable to the lifestyle I want to live, and if I'm picking anywhere in the country to do it, I can. So a lot of northern states, particularly out west, seemed really good, but I didn't like cold weather. I didn't like the short growing season, any of that. So ended up settling on West Virginia. Once we settled on West Virginia for a homestead, I had no idea where in West Virginia, and the only way I really knew what to do was to go to West Virginia and look around. The pricing was right, the land taxes were low, taxes in general seemed to be low for most things. So ended up taking trips once every 2 weeks to look at 3 or 4 properties, and one of us always stayed behind and the other 2 would go and cruise around. So we'd call up realtors, research counties that we may or may not want to go in, and physically went and looked at these properties. And it was probably a 3-month period of doing that. And it was pretty grueling to just up and disappear for 2 days and then come back. But we'd go get with realtors, look at land, walk all around each property, try to envision our vision of a homestead on it. Some places were rocky, some places were swampy, some places were really just like completely north facing. We were looking for 20 to 40 acres, something in there. I mean, we had some wiggle room. But we just kept looking, and most of the time after the first month we could look at a property in the first 10 minutes, be like, yeah, no, like maybe, but most of the time we looked at it, it's like, no, this isn't it. Stopped at a diner usually in every town and talked to the locals just to see what they were like. Did they even talk to us? Which they all did. How friendly was the place? So it's just kind of like some research. I love that that's the way we bought land, because that's just an awesome way to do it in an area you're not used to. Eventually, on one of the trips, Delilah and I came onto this property that I'm sitting on right now today, and probably in the first 10 minutes, it just was looking good, and it just kept looking better, and it just kept looking better, and it was worlds above the rest. Now, this one also happened to be 100 acres, but the pricing wasn't that much more out of our budget than what the 20 to 40 acre plots we had been looking at were. So we had some other properties to look at on the way. My mind wasn't in it. My mind just wasn't in it at all. I wasn't looking at them. This was just the one. And so on the way back to Pennsylvania, I called and said, hey, we want it. Let's, get this going. I still owned my house that I was renting out in Pennsylvania. So that was an added complication because of funding. However, I found a farm credit bank, if you will. It's a union, I guess. And worked with them, and they were extremely reasonable. I think I put 20% down, and the rest they were happily able to finance. So ended up making the purchase. Came out here a couple times, camped out here. Probably wasn't supposed to, but just really wanted to explore it. And it's in the middle of nowhere. Once the papers were signed, I felt more comfortable with it. So checked it all out really good. Everything seemed to be good. I just had the matter of, I wanted, before I moved, to pay off the land. And so we were trying to kind of figure out how to do that. And somebody who is also a landlord and owns multiple investment properties said, hey, you really wanting to sell that place? And I'm like, yeah, I want to get rid of it. And he said, well, I think I'd like to take a look at it. He's like, you renovated it, right? And went over exactly what I did and how it was done. And we went over there, looked at it for about 15 minutes, and he said, yep, I'll take it. And I was like, what? We should probably, do you need more more stuff? But yeah, it was just that quick. And he did, he didn't even look at it a whole lot. Tenants came with, he was happy with it. The tenants were planning to move out, but that wasn't a big deal because he, was going to just rent it to other tenants, and he did way better than me because the next tenants he charged way more, and it worked out. It worked out good. Anyway, the house was done. It was sold. Between selling that and what I had available, and there was a mortgage on the house that had to pay, but what I had saved in cash getting ready to homestead, I had enough to pay this off. And so that was really cool. Delilah and I totally paid the property off, and Jezebel was going to purchase all the animals that were needed and everything. And we were going to kind of divvy things up. Like, I was going to build everything and design everything. I was a contractor. It's what I'm good at. It's what I should do. Jezebel was going to do anything animal related. There was all kinds of stuff in her mind. She had been researching regenerative grazing and all these different things, and foraging and you know, different types of houses to make. Like, you know, she was looking at like teepees, and like you could like live in one of those. Like, she did not want a conventional house. I kind of wanted one eventually, but found a good deal on a used camper that I fixed up, and we were going to be fine in that for a bit. All this time I'm talking with my wife Delilah, and we're talking about, you know, what is the timeline going to look like, because in a lot of ways she was probably talked into homesteading. I just told her that the way life was currently going and how I'm just going to end up being a contractor working well into my 60s, you know, my hands and knees, because, you know, just living in Pennsylvania was so expensive. There was no way to like get ahead of it all. And I'm like, we have to make a change. Like, I can't just, you know, keep going the way things are. And she liked things the way things were, because she could just, you know, do her babysitting gig a couple days a week, and, you know, everything was just fine and everything was working out good. And so she was very resistant, but I promised her, I'm like, it may take me a few years, but I will make this place amazing. And it's going to take a bit, though. It's going to be very rustic. And we started out extremely rustic once we moved. But it rapidly changed. Once everything was settled, the land was paid off, everything in Pennsylvania was taken care of, all my contracting jobs were wrapped up, I hadn't bid anymore. Moving day finally arrived. And I came out here first, and it was just me, my truck, and the camper, and we had been bringing stuff as we had purchased it. We had been bringing loads of stuff back and forth to the property, just pickup truck loads, just piles of junk essentially. IBC totes, all stuff I ended up using. That whole area where I had stuff stored for using is completely clear, and everything is used. But I had all this stuff, and the very first day I came out here, I knew I needed a storage building because we had a whole household of stuff to move. So this very building I'm sitting in, I looked around the edge of the field, I picked some spot that I was like, this is out of the way, it'll be a great spot for a storage building, and decided on it. Jezebel came out the next day. I said, this is where it is. And together, along with another local here that I hired, we slapped this building up, and we had it dried in right around 7 days. Next up, the early days of building the homestead. What the hell happened? Part 14. In the last part, I talked about getting out here to the property, moving, and getting started homesteading. This is about starting homesteading and how the dynamic worked and how everything was changing. So this storage building was up. As soon as this storage building was up, I went back to Pennsylvania, and I was helping my wife Delilah get everything packed up into a big U-Haul and getting it out here. This is exactly the same time COVID was being like a big thing. It was, you know, they were starting to talk about closing down roads, and, you know, I mean, there was a lot of hype, and we all know what took place, but it wasn't really planned timing on my part. But the whole, let's just get a U-Haul and get out of here, is like everything seems to be shutting down. That's a good plan. So got a U-Haul packed up. Wife and I came out, got into the camper, everything was all set up, already a wood stove in there. I was running around gathering firewood the early days, just trying to scope out the next plans. Part of the reason for building this storage building was because rainwater collection was going to be how we were going to get our water. So I pretty much had to get gutters. I wanted seamless gutters. It took a while to get. I was literally collecting rainwater off of the tarp of the camper, which eventually totally fell apart and wasn't useful. ran it through Berkey water filters, which I had already purchased and planned to filter all the water with. And laundry was done down at the creek, which meant getting on an ATV, going all the way down there, and, literally washing the clothes in the rocks. And so everybody pretty much did their own laundry. Food-wise, we pretty much were just buying things early on, brought some canned goods, things like that. Meanwhile, while my wife and I are getting used to this life, Jezebel is setting up her stuff. She had goats. I couldn't remember for a second if she had goats or she acquired goats. She had goats, she brought animals, she had goats. She had plans to get a ox to work the land and move trees and everything that she wanted to. Rabbits, all kinds of animals. So she was extremely busy with that side of it. However, initially there was no water infrastructure, there was no electric of any sort. I was running a generator running off of 200-watt solar panels, which pretty much charged my power tool batteries and a cell phone. That was it. Messed around a whole bunch with trying to get internet out here because I wanted to get rid of the cell phone bills and just do Wi-Fi calling. And that ended up being hundreds of hours, probably 800 hours into finally figuring out something that worked good and was cheap. So all this figuring out was taking place. At the same time, we just started living rustically like this. When both of them came out here, they were both ecstatic, and I was too. Jezebel was thrilled. She always wanted land. She always wanted animals. Now she had land and animals. The thing was purchased with my wife and mine's funding. However, we split it 3 ways because we were all going to invest in the land and we all should have an equal share. That only seemed fair to me at the time. Meanwhile, Delilah was completely loving the property. It was just so exciting. Foraging, looking for stuff, spending time out in nature. We were all just thrilled. I myself was just loving this. It's finally I get to build something for me instead of building stuff for somebody else or fixing up my own house just to turn around and rent it out and sell it and not get to enjoy it. So I was really looking forward to that. There was a lot of stuff to do. Came out in March 2020, and in July 2020, the rainwater collection was being worked on. All the components were here. The solar upgraded stuff, all that stuff was here. So I was putting all that together. They, of course, helped, particularly with parts like putting the solar panels up on the array. Kind of difficult by yourself. So we were getting everything together, and one of the things was with cooking, particularly in the summertime, cooking in the camper really wasn't much of an option. Nobody wanted to run the wood stove. The propane stuff really didn't work well at all in there. So I ended up taking bricks and building a tiny rocket stove outside, and that worked good. And my wife was cooking on that, and she thought it was cool and exciting and fun, and it was just pretty neat to be able to do that, gather sticks, put it in there. But the thing about camping and camping trips is they're really fun for a couple weeks or a week, and then you go home, right? Well, this was life. This was full time. This never ends until we build something better. And so my wife got extremely tired of cooking like that, and who could blame her? The outdoor kitchen ended up getting built. That was never really in the plans to build. And after that first summer, it just became obvious, this is dumb. We're gonna need to do something better. In the wintertime, cooking's easy. In the meantime, there was no hot water for showers. There was no propane, anything going on here. Everything was extremely rustic. I ended up modifying the camper water heater and connecting 3 solar panels directly to the heating element. And that gave us hot water when the sun shined. So that worked really well. Then we ended up having enough hot water for daily showers as long as it was sunny, for everyone, as long as they were short showers, because it's a 5-gallon tank. So my wife and I are happily living in this camper. We're doing the outdoor kitchen, getting a roof, getting something far better to cook on, and everything's squared away in there. Jezebel, in the meantime, is just living out with the goats, literally. And that was her choice. I wanted a camper for me and my wife. We both wanted it. She wanted to be with nature, with her animals. She had a tent. She wanted to stay in the tent. Sometimes she would set up a tarp. A lot of times she'd set up a hammock. Just something so she can be out there, make sure nothing bad's happening to her animals. But that was what she wanted. She said she never really did want a house. And I suggested multiple times, someday maybe I'll build you like a cool little tiny small house thing, like a tiny house, like, and we can put it somewhere. But then she's like, well, I need to like move all the time so I can rotationally graze all the goats. And you know, at some point she picked up a steer, and that was going to end up being the ox that could pull firewood out of the woods and do all this stuff. And in the meantime, somebody offered a free camper to me as long as I paid for transportation costs. So I said, yes. So I got this free camper, got it pulled onto the property. It's still sitting here. It's basically a little storage shed up on the one part of the hill. And I got that, and I purchased a small propane heater with some propane canisters. And I said to Jezebel, I'm like, I know this is what you want to do, but this is here. If you just need to get inside, warm up, if you need to come in our camper, be by the wood stove, like anything, like I just would be a really crappy brother to not just have something there. And so I had a camper and I had a propane heater. Like, it's something like I didn't want to live out with goats, but that's what she said she wanted to do. So I went with it. Long ago, when I started first making videos about homesteading, I said that 90% of the homesteaders that start out fail within the first 2 years. I would absolutely still hold to that. And the reason that happens is because it gets old. Almost anyone can do anything for a short duration of time. A day, a couple weeks, a couple months. Eventually, it started getting to the point where it was just not awesome for everybody. I was really busy, like really busy, and kind of stressing about this stuff has to work. If it fails, we have no electric. If it fails, we have no water. Delilah, she just was, I think, getting tired of everything. I don't really know. But she just started nitpicking over everything, and everything is horrible, and this is horrible, and that is horrible. And I'm like, I know, but I told you it was going to take a couple of years. And that was just a constant back and forth issue. And Jezebel, for the most part, was kind of off on her own, doing her own thing with animals. She would help with some things, and if she needed help with something, I would, we tried to work together as a community, but we had different responsibilities, different strengths, and that's how we planned it. Next up, minor issues become major issues. What the hell happened? Part 15. So let me just take a second and expand on some stuff we've already gone over, because I feel like I've just missed parts that are relevant. Part of the reason for homesteading to begin with was really to help people. And basically, I had a vision in mind of, just people that are just not doing that well in life, or at an awkward spot and need somewhere to go. I mean, I have 100 acres. Like, I could put people everywhere. I could build houses everywhere. I could do something cool like that. And so that was kind of a big part of it. There was a lot of religious reason for starting a homestead. Maybe not so much with me as much as with my wife and my sister. Just on, the world not doing that well. Maybe the whole world's going to end. And I mean, with the whole epidemic that was happening and everybody was getting sick and stuff, like it kind of looked like, hey, things aren't looking good. Firmly believe that God guides my life all the time, because there's just too many coincidences not to believe that something like that's happening. I just don't believe in coincidences happening that frequently all the time throughout my entire life. So part of it was like, is this going to be like a cool place where people can come if things are just awful? didn't really know. And, you know, it was just kind of hopeful, you know, wanted to help people, wanted people to do better. Yeah, you know, food, for me, food was like huge, because like foraging food, like there's so much stuff you can eat, and people all over the world are hungry, and just basically big visions of helping people somehow. Wasn't sure how that was going to all come about, but that was a big part of why I was homesteading too. Within the first year of homesteading, one day I received an email, and it was from a young man that wasn't in a good place in life, and he wanted, you know, more. He believed similarly to what we believed, and he wanted just to come out and celebrate a feast with us. So, okay, we can do that. I don't remember which one it was. I think it was probably Sukkot. Anyway, that's just part of, you know, I've got a number of different feasts I celebrate with my religious beliefs, and I get an email out of the blue that is interested, and I said, sure, come on out, you know. And so this young man comes out, hangs out, we have a good time, we just talk all the time, all kinds of religious conversation, life conversation. He was probably about 10 years younger than me, very just needing direction in life, and you know, I don't know if I was really providing that for him or not, but I tried to offer him advice and situations, and he ended up going home, had a good time, whatever, wanted to come back and wanted to stay here and work for a while. And this is all before social media. And so he wanted to, and I'm like, well, sure, you know, you can come help out, hang out, whatever. I'm certain that he had a romantic interest in Jezebel, ever since like the beginning, probably since he first met her. I don't know. At the time, I didn't really realize that, but anyway, he comes out. We start doing some work. You know, I'm digging a trench for some water lines, doing things, and you know, he's just not, you know, physical labor, I don't think, is anything he's ever done. He got tired of it. He got frustrated with it, and I'm like, you know, told him you don't have to, you know, you don't have to, but then he kind of wanted to, so like I think he had an internal conflict going on. And turns out he spent some time in a facility, just mental health issues, and this is what he told me. And I'm like, well, you know, okay, whatever, not a big deal. He's out there, we're doing all this. He seems okay completely the entire time I ever interact with him. He's just back and forth, and we just have conversations, and he leaves and then comes back, you know, a month later, and we kind of do it again. He ends up at one point just saying, hey, you know, I'm interested in dating Jezebel. Is it okay? Do I have your permission to go ask her? And, you know, I thought it was cool that he wanted to run it by me first. And then I said, yeah, you can go ask her. I don't care. So he went out to the field where she was, and it's out there for a while, talked, whatever. Came back. He was like, you know, she said, well, maybe. And so I ended up talking with Jezebel the next day, and I'm like, well, you know, and she really wanted my input, you know, what do you think of him, and I just kind of was like, well, I mean, do what you want to do, but I'm just like, you know, here's some potential issues you may have to work through in order for it to work and be compatible. And it was just, I think that was the whole reason he was out there. As time went on, I mean, they spent more time together, they hung out. I didn't think there was any relationship there at the time. Looking back on it, I'm quite sure there was most definitely a relationship. After he left, in the following months and even years after he wasn't there, he just kept, you know, messaging me or emailing me, sending me stuff. He ended up, from what he told me, he ended up thinking a bunch of people were out to get him, and he ended up parking his vehicle in an intersection and standing on the roof yelling and screaming and, you know, possibly acting crazy. And then that's what law enforcement thought too. And yeah, he ended up having to, go somewhere and hang out. But anyway, it was just kind of a whole crazy thing. And like, helping people sounds really, really good to say, and it sounds great in your mind, and it just depends what the people are like. Like, some people can't be helped, some people can, but you don't realize how much effort it takes. And then you find out that instead of helping this young man with guidance, find out that there was just totally other things going on, and it's like, how was I helping this person at all? I wasn't helping anyone anywhere, and it's just totally discouraging. That whole scenario helped me realize how difficult it can be to help people, and there's a gazillion ways to help people, and I'm still completely focused on helping people in some way or another. And this kind of leads right into the next part, which is getting on social media. I had been on social media the entire time on YouTube. I had a whopping 160 subs after a year of doing it, and I was exhausted. I'm like, I'm not putting time into this, like nobody cares. So pretty much just threw YouTube on the back burner. Didn't make videos, didn't post anything. Was putting out some longer stuff, talking about things. Nobody cared. Anyway, then this app, TikTok, comes out, or had been out, but I was made aware of it. And I'm like, oh, short videos. Well, if I'm going to do social media, I'm not going to dump all this time into it anymore. I'm just going to do short stuff. Ended up in the first probably 4 or 5 days posting stuff. Got a couple hundred people to follow back, or to follow. That was cool. Made a couple videos just saying what my lifestyle was like, and one of them went viral, got over 1 million views, and next thing I know, I have like 10,000 follows. And I'm like, well, I haven't introduced myself. And so I go and make an introduction video and just started out, hi, my name is Nate. And I tried to just do an introduction video. Figured it wouldn't perform. That video blew up. Over 100,000 people followed me in about 48 hours. Just went absolutely nuts. And I was totally dumbfounded. And yet at the same time, I realized, hey, I may have found my way to help people again, because information is extremely helpful. And I get to show, like, I'm homesteading, but I'm building a homestead. I'm still building a homestead. Like, this is starting out. This is the beginning stages. Like, and this is cool that I can show it to a bunch of people and how we're planning it and how it's going. And so I just went right into it. Just started making a few more videos, usually put out 1 video a day, and kept going. Social media ended up playing a huge role in the dynamic of how everything went here on the homestead after the first year. And there were changes, some things were different, and it wasn't ever really how I expected. And I kind of saw it and I kind of didn't. But anyway, we'll get into that into the next part. What the hell happened? Part 16. In the last episode, I talked about wanting to help people, trying to help an individual, it really not going at all very well, and starting social media. So year 1 of homesteading is pretty much over. I had just started social media. TikTok in particular blew way up, and it was just this really big thing. I didn't even really understand how to use TikTok. In some ways I still don't. But it was unexpected. I wanted to help people mostly with information. I just love to like share stuff I know or am learning or have learned or whatever. And so I saw this huge opportunity to be able to help people in such a way where I can just demonstrate how to build a homestead. I thought that would be great. And unconventional ideas, and yet still mixing, modern solutions in with old school ideas, and come up with some kind of mesh or something interesting that, nobody else has really done a combination of. So that's really what I'm doing. But anyway, I started social media. There was still a lot to do. The outdoor kitchen had pretty much just been built. It was half the size it is now. Ended up wanting to expand it because it just became such a spot to hang out. It was just the place to be. Had a grill in there that you can like cook with sticks and stuff. Had a rocket stove as well that I made out of pouring concrete into a 5-gallon bucket. I'm sure there's actually videos way back of such a thing. But anyway, the starting social media, it just got big. Seemed like everybody was happy for me. Delilah seemed shocked, which I was also shocked as to why it blew up, but Delilah was shocked and thrilled. Jezebel thought it was really cool. It was like, wow, that's awesome. Like, you know, and I knew that it could turn into some form of income production at some point. I didn't really know how to go about it or how to do anything like that. There wasn't, at the time, any way to really make anything much from videos. But $15 a month would go a long ways in this lifestyle. So very happy. Everybody was happy it started. And then once I did and it was getting popular, then Jezebel and Delilah both said, hey, why don't we start accounts and make stuff? And I'm like, go for it. Like that'd be cool. Like we can just show all the different aspects. And so I was going to let Jezebel show all the animal stuff. Delilah was just going to show some of the cooking things and foraging and just different things that she did. And so we all had accounts. But mine's the only one that really blew up, at least in the way it did. And I never really understood it. Mine kept growing. Theirs kind of grew sometimes not so much. Don't really know what the deal was, but it ended up turning into something where I think there was jealousy. Like, I know there was jealousy. Their happiness for me and my account growing turned into, you know, I don't know why your account's so big, which is totally what I ask or tell myself all the time. I don't know why my account's so big. So like, I just like, yeah, I don't know, like whatever, like, but it's cool. I'm going to roll with it. And so, but I think if I had been a little more observant, I would have realized they're saying, why is your account big and mine's not big, you know? And I think that ended up being a problem. And so they put more effort into a lot of it, and that was cool. Didn't matter. But then I was like, if you're going to show stuff on social media, in my opinion, you have to show the good and the bad. Like if you're going to be teaching people, if I'm going to teach people how to homestead and something blows up in my face, something fails, an animal dies, a system I built stops working, something falls apart, a fire accidentally breaks out because I was stupid, all those things are here. It's one thing to not show everything on social media. I mean, first of all, that's impossible because you literally can't just show everything. So you have to pick and choose certain things to show. But with the way the other two put videos out, like, I live here. I knew it's authentic or not. And, you know, to say you've done a bunch of firewood or something and, you know, just pick up, move some logs and stuff, and then, like, just drop it, and that's like that's not being authentic, you know, to say that you've really, you know, spent a whole day doing firewood and you did all this stuff. And I don't know if they ever said they spent a whole day, and really I'm just speaking about Delilah, my wife, like just showing all this hard work and effort and just, you know, strong, I'm doing it, and like then most of the time just sit inside on the phone and complain that everything's horrible and stuff's just not going well. Like it did not sit well at all with me. And that just didn't work. And then it was very like, she wanted to be in the spotlight. Like she wanted me to do videos about her, to constantly shout out her channel, which I did, and I was actually totally fine with. It was just the whole overwhelming thing. It's just like, I want to show people how to do cool stuff, and she wanted to be the center of attention from my perspective, and that just didn't, you know, jive with me. And so she, you know, just kind of did her own thing on her channel. Stuff that wasn't authentic, I didn't go over. Jezebel, my sister, on her channel, very important. From my perspective, it was very important that she show how what she's doing is the right way to do it, and it's the best way, and that's just the end of it. And that's cool, but like it probably should be that way. And when You've got dogs that are supposed to protect your livestock, but you lose livestock regularly. Like, you have to show, like, hey, owls came down and picked off these birds, but none of that ever made it. It was always, everything was fine, the animals were always good, everything was working together as a great ecosystem, and it just wasn't. That's not how it was going. And she ended up making a tent, and it did not work. It fell all to pieces. Like, it didn't work, and that sucks. And she was frustrated and mad and crumpled it up and burned it all up in a fire. And it really never, all these videos that were done about how awesome it was going to be, and then it just kind of just vanished, like, off of social media, like it never existed. I feel like people learn more from failure and watching other people fail, and I thought, like, if we're going to portray this as how our life is, it should actually be how our life is. And on either side, it really wasn't. They had a different one thing. I think Jezebel wanted to appear extremely intelligent and smart, and I think Delilah wanted to appear big and strong and tough and a person very full of wisdom and a lot of, motivational speaking, and she just wanted to push out her profound wisdom to the world, in my opinion. To recap, we're about 1.5 years in. Jezebel, my sister, is handling the animals, and Delilah, my wife, is, we're really not getting along all that well. I am extremely frustrated with everything I'm supposed to do. One of the things she had agreed to do was to help me with a bunch of stuff, and she ended up just really not doing any of it and only doing stuff for social media and then dropping everything, and she was miserable. She was just straight up miserable. And I wasn't really sure what to do, because we all agreed to do this together like this, and we knew it was going to be tough, and I guess knowing it's going to be tough and living through it while it's tough, totally different things. So I've got a wife that is just not helping out much in any way, and my sister is dealing with animals, and I've just noticed things that are it's just not how I would deal with animals. The cats that we had were ending up, being fed a very minuscule amount so that they would hunt more mice. Well, that wasn't totally working out. They were stealing other food. They were they were doing anything they could to get into stuff, and it ended up being to the point where she said, these cats are not working out. And I'm out of time. Next part. What the hell happened? Part 17. In the last part, we talked about my wife Delilah and I really not getting along. She's not happy here, and I'm getting extremely frustrated with her just not wanting to help out anymore, at least not much. And the whole social media portrayal of the homestead versus what was actually happening here and how it was actually working out. And I also talked about Jezebel and how she treats animals and interacts with animals differently than I'm good with. Gonna put a disclaimer in this one. This video is going to contain conversation about animals not being treated all that well, and if you're not okay with listening to that, you may want to skip this episode and continue on with the series anyway. Let me back up a little bit. Talking about Jezebel, my sister, there was very obviously, throughout the entire time I have known her, some type of anger issue. That was just the way she reacted to things, was in anger. And so actually the only person to ever cause a physical injury to me as an adult was Jezebel. I don't know what I was doing. I was blowing a check that she was trying to deposit in. I was just being an annoying brother. She was trying to deposit with mobile banking. She get ready to take the picture, check moved. I giggled, thought it was funny. She apparently did not think it was even remotely funny, and I ended up with bruises on my arm from it, which I actually still have pictures of. Anyway, because I had to like send her pictures and be like, was this really an appropriate response? So anyway, back to homesteading. Before we got here, she was an animal trainer. She was a dog trainer specifically, not really an animal trainer. And so she had a dog training business, and she would train other people's dogs. She was very good at what she did. She understood dogs extremely well. She was very good at it. However, and like with all her clients and stuff, I have no doubt in my mind that if anyone was a client of hers or anything, that their dogs were treated just phenomenally, like that it was just good. However, with her personal animals, it was a totally different way of doing things. And I observed pretty much everything. Anything I didn't really observe, unless she specifically stated to me, I'll just omit. But we actually got a Cane Corso she got one before we moved out here, and it was going to, I don't know what its purpose was going to be. I wasn't the animal person. I was focusing on designing and building stuff. She got this dog, and she was going to train it. Well, the training wasn't going how she thought it was, or how she thought it should go, and she would get extremely angry at this dog, and she would just absolutely make sure that it was, I don't know what I want to say, just submitting completely to her, and it just wouldn't do it. It was very fearful of her. It did not, and this dog, not all dogs do, but this dog, when it was fearful, would bite and snap and get very defensive. And this made her far more angry, and she thought she could just continue just overwhelming the dog with, I guess, the idea that I'm bigger and tougher and badder than you, and you need to not do this. But from my observation, it was a fearful dog, and no matter how much more fear you send to a fearful dog, it's not going to change the reaction. It's just going to reinforce it. So ended up, before we moved out here, she brought the dog out with her, said it was untrainable. She wouldn't dare rehome it to another home with it being, such a terrible dog. And it came out here and with her and got put down and was actually buried here somewhere. So that, I don't know. I wasn't an animal trainer. I wasn't a dog trainer. I don't know anything about it. Like, there are animals that are, not all animals can be rehabilitated, I guess. However, that is not how you rehabilitate an animal. That is not attempting to rehabilitate an animal. And that's not the only one. There were all kinds of animals out here: rabbits, goats, guinea pigs, cats, and ended up that we had four cats, because my wife had one. She had 3 cats. She brought them out here to be Mausers, help keep the mice out of everything. It's an important part of the ecosystem here. However, her thoughts on keeping cats, going after mice, was to feed them a very limited amount of food. And what this resulted in was the cats looking elsewhere for food. That included our food. If they could at all possibly, cats can be like raccoons. They will absolutely dig into anything. If they're hungry, they will find a way to get into something and eat it. So they were getting into food that we had for us. They were tearing it apart. We couldn't stand in the same room with food. If we left the dish on a countertop, it would, those cats would be all over it, grab something and run off with it and yell, holler, and scream, whatever. They're just out of here. The other thing they were doing was just marking on the countertop. Fixed cats. I have no idea why they were marking all over the countertops. I've had cats out here and I've never had a marking problem like it makes sense if a cat goes to another property and marks because there's other animals there. But I had intact males here for almost 2 years after all this, and there was not that issue. Anyway, between all of that, she ended up deciding these cats were not good, couldn't be rehabilitated, didn't fit the life, and they got removed and buried somewhere on the property. And all this is kind of going on. I'm not, in hindsight, I probably would have just addressed and confronted her and just been like, no, like this isn't how you treat animals. This is not going to work. I hardly knew much about it at all. I just have a philosophy of how I want to work with animals that's totally different. But I had never really put it into practice to say, this is how it works. I had a dog minion. I still have a dog minion. I've not always trained him in the best ways. I have no idea how to train animals when I'm with this dog. Like, I have no idea. I'm learning same as he's trying to learn. So it was a total learning curve. I just have a different philosophy about it. She had goats, rabbits, guinea pigs, and we had ducks. I saw no issues at all with guinea pigs or rabbits. Like, I saw no issues with any of that. I don't know if anything outside of what I would do happened with them. I don't know. The ducks and the goats, for the most part, unless she really had food or something, were fearful of her, and her goats were forever running off and disappearing, and she'd have to go get them, and she'd be angry with them and all this stuff. And one time I found one with a gash right above its eye, and I'm like, what happened to this goat? And from what she told me, it was doing something she didn't approve of. Don't know what it was. Maybe it escaped somewhere. But she said she had a rock and threw it to scare it, and instead ended up hitting it in the eye. I also observed her like just picking up goats and just throwing them, and get on this side of the fence. And with ducks, like, they were extremely fearful. You see ducks around here following people around all the time. Well, they ran from people when she was here in charge of the animals. The only way to get them into where we wanted them to was to run around with a gigantic like crabbing net and like pin them to the ground and get a hold of the duck that way. That was the only way. Anyway, I'm out of time. Next part. What the hell happened? Episode 18. In case you're wondering, the reason I named this series What the Hell Happened is I look back on everything and I say, what the hell happened? Like, I do understand a lot of it, but there's a ton of it I don't. Particularly going forward as we get into a lot more of the stuff, I'm really like, what the hell? Anyway, in the last episode, we covered Animal Treatment by Jezebel, my sister, and it really wasn't awesome. If you didn't watch that episode and you don't want to because you don't want to hear about all that, it just wasn't awesome. So, moving onward. My relationship with my wife, Delilah, and I think that's what I'll primarily focus on this one, because that had deteriorated to the point where we were pretty much kind of butting heads. I was extremely frustrated with her. No doubt she was extremely frustrated with me. But I only have my side of the story to tell and only my perspective, so that's the only one I'm telling. Basically, I really felt like I knew she was tired of everything, which is understandable. But I was extremely stressed with how much I was trying to get done, in part mostly to try to make sure that she had the things that she kept complaining about. I don't like this, I don't like that, I don't like this. It's kind of like a hostile honey to-do list, and it's like, get this stuff done. And so I'm pushing like crazy to get all these things done. At the same time, I felt like not only was she not helping me, but rather she was actually hindering me in a number of different ways from actually doing it. And I was frustrated, like extremely frustrated. And I felt the levels of anger, the same levels I had when I would scream and yell at her after she cheated on me. Was that related to me not fully being over that? I have no idea. I was just fed up. Anyway, so we've got this tension between us. Jezebel, my sister, is spending way more time out in the field. She's just off on her own for the most part, particularly at meal times. We all came back together. Religiously, we still pretty much believed the same thing. There were some differences that kind of just prevented us from really even having discussions and talking about it much anymore, which was kind of something we all like initially had bonded over and been really good with. So that plays a role. I'll jump back to this, but I want to keep this part of the relationship part of the story on track. With all these issues I'm having with my wife, I go to Jezebel. Jezebel has all kinds of suggestions. She basically, you could almost envision her just like whispering in my ear, like she was just constantly telling me things about my wife, and just like, she's not doing this, she's not doing this, she is doing this, she did this, I saw, and it's just all this stuff coming to me, and I'm just like, depending what it was, I'm like, what the hell? And I go over to her and go over to my wife, and I'm like, what's going on, Delilah? Why is, she says this, and then she says, well, yeah, but, and then it's this whole thing. And I just had myself in such a bad spot in the relationship that I have no doubts in my mind that I was unfair to my wife and not even considering taking her side and putting her in a no-win position. A lot of that's just on me. Like, that's not how you handle a relationship. Yeah, I'm super frustrated. Okay, well, that's not really an excuse, or it is. It's just not a good excuse. I don't have a good excuse. We had issues, and Jezebel was essentially helping drive a wedge in the relationship. I can't totally blame her. I'm the one that listened to her. It's my relationship, and really what happens with it and what I choose to do is on me. Some of the big issue, and a lot of this could have just been resolved if I would have just talked with Delilah and we could have just gotten to the bottom of this, but we never really had conversations. If I would bring up anything, or there was any kind of discussion that really needed to be had that was somewhat, there's an issue to resolve, and bringing it up, Delilah it was always a super high emotional thing. She would always burst into tears, and it would be this big, long, stretched out thing. And somehow the whole conversation ended up being about something unrelated, and she's just all crazy emotional about it and just having all these issues. And then the only thing I can do is just try to make her feel better, I guess. Like, I didn't really know what to do. Like, she's just got all these life issues and everything else, and it's just like, whoa, like, I just want to resolve this one issue. Like, I can't spend the next day and a half like comforting you. Like, we just couldn't have a conversation, and I felt that I couldn't communicate with her because every time I attempted to, it turned into this whole like huge emotional ordeal, and we never got around to what the initial conversation ever was. At some point, all of these issues came to a head. It was pretty much me and my wife. I have no idea what happened. It was probably like a straw that broke the camel's back sort of thing. I don't remember what was said. I don't remember what was done. It was probably something fairly minor. I just hit my threshold. Like, that was just it. I just couldn't deal with it anymore. I was too frustrated to just, no, I was just, that was it. And I ended up taking Jezebel's advice, because she had been giving me all sorts of advice, that you know, Delilah needs to do this, she needs to do this, all this stuff. And like, you know, if this happens, then you should do this. And, you know, and I don't know, it all sounded good to me. It all seemed logical. But ultimately, if I chose to take her advice, it's all on me. We ended up having some kind of issue, and I basically said, I can't be around you anymore. I told Delilah, we cannot, no, like, I cannot see you. We have to be separate. Like, and I think the time period I gave was like 2 weeks. We just need to get apart and cool off and reset, because this is just awful. And Jezebel had been putting in my mind over and over again. There's this other camper up here. You got a heater and everything else for me, and you know, maybe she should just go up there and stay there for a while. And she had been suggesting that. Sounded good to me. And so I said, I didn't say get out, but I essentially said, get out. And I said, take whatever stuff you need and just go up there and be up there for a while and just stay separate from me. And it just, I think she took it really, really hard. And not that I can blame her, but I was literally at the point where, like, yeah, she definitely could not stay with me for long durations of time, because it would have been worse. Like, it just would have gone really badly. So she didn't like the idea. She was upset about it. Inevitably, she grabbed all her stuff and went up there. And you know, then we're all just kind of apart. Like, we're all for the most part separate. We still kind of came together at like a mealtime, but that was pretty much it. Delilah was still cooking and making food for everyone. But yeah, that was just a big issue. Once she was up at the camper, everything kind of just chilled and went at a new normal. She was planning to go to her parents for Thanksgiving, and once she came back, we were going to try to figure out something else that worked, but we figured it gave us a nice break, or at least I figured that, and then she was going to go up to her parents out of town and hang out with them. And now we've finally gotten to the part of the story that you guys actually want me to tell, but I had to give the entire backstory because I have to tie back to it a bunch. So now we're going to get into, after she visits her family, what happens next. And that is in the next part. What the hell happened? Part 19. This is the part that is going to slow the story way down, or at least slow the timeline way down. I should say, get your tea ready. I got tea. Actually, I should say get your coffee ready, because I sell coffee, not tea. But some things you just need tea for, and sometimes it needs to be from Long Island. It's really not an easy story to tell. Well, it's easy to tell, it's just not easy to think about. I prefer not thinking about it. But I just have this idea that once it's told, I can finally put it behind me, at the same time feel like I'm completely open and transparent going forward. In the last part or parts, I talked about how 3 of us were on the homestead and how things went and how things were just kind of falling apart. And here's the actual falling apart. So my wife Delilah's up at the camper. The second camper, we're staying apart, and then she goes to her parents for Thanksgiving. That all goes according to plan, basically. We were going to get back together when she came back and hash everything out. Well, turns out while she's up there that her grandmother has cancer. So she was going to stay a little bit longer. I thought that was totally cool. It's basically at this moment that I think a variety of people started scheming and planning, and had much more of an idea and plan of what was going to happen in the future than me. I just was taking everything at face value. I don't really know this, but the way everything was coordinated and planned, it doesn't just happen spontaneously. Like, there was a plan. So anyway, she's up there. I just pretty much continue homesteading, doing my thing. Jezebel, my sister's, off in a far field. It's wintertime, so she's up in specific fields with hay and everything for the animals because nothing's growing. A couple weeks into this, my wife and I were pretty much talking on the phone at least once a week, just going over what's going on, and it becomes obvious that her grandmother is really not going to do well and needs a caregiver. And since we were having our issues, it just seemed to make sense. She thought it'd be a good idea for her to stay. I said, yeah, that'd be a good idea, you know, help your family when they need it. So that's pretty much what happened. She ended up, a couple months went by. Me, on the other hand, I'm here just like, you know, homesteading's going okay, more or less. My marriage is falling apart or has fallen apart, and I'm just confused. I just don't know like what to do. Like, I'm a problem solver, and I've encountered a problem that I cannot figure out how to solve. So, being religious, I mean, I call out to my creator, you know, I'm just like, hey, you know, issues here. And, you know, I just feel like, you know, there was just silence, like there was just nothing. And so, regardless, I keep doing that, and I'm just, you know, I'm just looking at myself like, yeah, I am scrutinizing myself, everything I've done wrong, everything I can improve on, things I'm currently doing wrong, like whatever, like related to marriage or not, just, you know, be a better person. And so I'm just going through all this trying to improve myself, and I'm feeling better about that, but still the situation exists. So I'm basically just coexisting, just going through, would have been, trying to remember the timeline. I may have to make corrections to timelines, but I'm not looking through stuff I wrote down right now. End of November until early February. Everything seems all right. One day in early February, one night before I go to bed, like, I'm just like, I don't know what to say other than just in like utter turmoil. Like everything just feels awful. Like you just get a feeling that things are just not good, and I can't sleep, and I'm just distressed, and I don't totally know why. I just attributed it to the current state of my life. Anyway, I stay up till like 5 a.m. Just can't sleep, try to sleep, get up, listen to music, read some stuff, go back to bed, whatever. And then the next day comes, I'm exhausted, sleeping in. It's probably about 8 a.m. and I got a knock on the door. At the door is my brother Nabal, Tom, my friend for probably 8 years at this point, and Ananias. I need to introduce Ananias and Sapphira. They were part of this religious group that we had been going to, kind of home church thing, right after we stopped our own home church. The ones who believed in, you know, keeping the Sabbath instead of Sunday, and not eating pork and not eating shellfish and all this stuff. Just got to give a little background. Seemed to be really great people. They were the, quote, leaders of this group, although the entire group was pretty much adamant they had no leader. However, Ananias really wanted to be a leader, and Sapphira also wanted to be in that role, and they had mentioned numerous times how they wanted to be that. And so they're very ambitious religious people, very gung-ho, very take charge, and unfortunately I think appearances has a lot to do with it. They wanted to be the ones to arrange helping people all the time, but very often there wasn't so much lifting of fingers from them as it was getting other people to come and help resolve the problem while they are in a authoritative position, if you will. Yeah, it just became more and more apparent as time went on. But it kind of explains why they're here. And Nabal, my brother, haven't given a lot of backstory on him. You know, I was not nice to him as a kid. If you've watched the previous episodes, not nice to him as a kid. Kind of distant for, I don't know, 6 years or something like that until he became an adult. We all talked about homesteading together, my brother, sister, and my wife and I. He went off, got married to a Mennonite, fully became Mennonite, fully indoctrinated in all the beliefs, everything. And our relationship had improved. We had gone on a couple of vacations together. We had gotten together, visiting back and forth each other's houses. Like we had a decent relationship. We had talked about the issues of how I treated him when we were younger. I was no longer treating him in any kind of negative way. He basically said, you know, I mean, what's in the past is in the past, and we're done with it. But I think he may have, and who would blame him, deep down wanted some kind of justice, and you know, that may play a role here. So here I am at my camper door at about 8 a.m. and I've got this, everyone in this group is Mennonites except for Ananias and Sapphira, who are, religious people that really enjoy being in charge of other people. That's about all I can do. And Tom says he's not a Mennonite. He's a Mennonite. He left the Mennonites. He's still a Mennonite. So anyway, I've got this multi-religious group of people. Just the men are there. They knock on the door. I am ordered to get up, get dressed, and come outside. And I don't really think anything of it. These are my friends. These are my people. Like, that's cool. So basically, I get up, get dressed, go outside and try to figure out what's up. I'm thinking, man, maybe these guys, you know, all know about the issues I'm having. Maybe they're here to help resolve all this stuff. Maybe they're here just to be friends. I have no idea. I've been living in the woods and, you know, trying this homesteading thing, and it's tough. And I kind of felt some pretty serious relief when they showed up. Then their wives bring up the vehicles, and they've got, they couldn't all make it down the driveway. My driveway's not friendly. But they bring at least one truck and trailer back, maybe even two, and you know, the women are in the vehicles and they all jump out and they're getting ready to do I have no idea what. And my sister Jezebel nowhere to be seen. And they say, hey, Jezebel is done and she's leaving and she wants to move. And I'm like, oh, okay, I'm totally unaware of this. But now I've been made aware. It's like, okay. So I thought we were all going to have a discussion. They said, you know, why don't you make us some coffee and we can talk. You know, they've all loved my coffee. They love the coffee, so they want me to make it. And I'm going to have to tell the rest of the day in the next part. What the hell happened? Part 20. In the last part, I talked about how all these people showed up, and my day started with a bunch of people showing up telling me that Jezebel, my sister, was going to be leaving. Now, before we started homesteading, we had no written agreements on anything, which was absolutely stupid on my part. But one of the things we verbally agreed on is if we have any issues or some of us want to go, like we're just gonna, you know, sit down and talk together. Like adults, and I remember we specifically said like adults, but that's not what happened. So all these people show up, talk about how Jezebel wants to leave, and I'm making them coffee, and I guess we're gonna have a conversation before we go. I mean, that's just where my mind is before they go. Anyway, so they're running around, loading stuff up, going in and out of my buildings, including my camper where I live, just gathering stuff, and it became pretty obvious that Jezebel had been gathering a bunch of things around, and something that was kind of strange, and I am not aware of what happened, how long all these religious people were there before I woke up, or if this was all done by Jezebel, but a whole bunch of the ducks and raccoons and random animals that normally live in the woods were all dead all over the field. No idea what the deal was with that, or who caused it, but obviously it was, not done by me. And by dead, I mean in pieces, not just dead, in pieces. So anyway, I mean, I'm trying to process all this stuff. I'm processing nothing. One thing I did realize is that what was happening was not optional, and I had no say in anything that was occurring that entire day. Mennonites are pacifists. They believe in no violence at all whatsoever. However, the two individuals that were not Mennonites, Ananias and Sapphira, they are very much, they're not pacifists. And it became quite obvious by the bulge in the shirt. Plus, I know these people. I know they have stuff on them all the time. It was very much not optional what was going to happen or not going to happen. I didn't bring my device with me. I thought I was amongst friends. Didn't have a opportunity that where I would have used it anyway. But anyway, she wants to go. Okay, Jezebel wants to go. I'll help load up some stuff. And so I helped them load things too. After I made the coffees just sat there. I helped load stuff, just kind of like talking with them. One of them snidely pointed out, it was actually Sapphira. She snidely pointed out, hey, you know, what's with this empty box of beer? And it was Ham's beer, and that stuff is absolutely disgusting. Basically, I started figuring out they were insinuating that I was some kind of drunk, which is okay, whatever. But unfortunately, and I do like beer. I didn't like that beer. I didn't drink that beer. That was all Jezebel's. So that was amusing. Anyway, well, I'm loading all this stuff up and helping them and just whatever kind of miscellaneous conversation. They were not able to catch all of the animals that Jezebel had. So they're like getting ready to leave, just trying to wrap everything up, going and grabbing other miscellaneous stuff. I'm just unaware of who's taking what. Like, I have no idea what's happening. I'm still thinking these people are sort of friends, and we're going to load up and then we're going to hang out and talk. Not really sure. They couldn't catch the ducks, and Jezebel had already gone, and one other vehicle with her, I believe, had left. And basically they were talking amongst themselves, and Jezebel said, don't worry about the rest of the ducks. The owls will get them. So that was that conversation. Meanwhile, Minion hanging out in my camper. All the animals were Jezebel's, so besides Minion, so there was nothing else to, she's taking her animals, whatever. And I have no idea if she's coming back 2 weeks from now, I just have no idea. I just assume there's going to be conversation. There's really nothing. One of them, my brother, Nabal, actually sat down with me for maybe 15 minutes and just said, I know this is a difficult time or whatever, and it's going to be difficult or whatever. Like, he just blathered on. I don't remember what he said. It was nonsense and meaningless. But I guess he thought he really effectively communicated things. Anyway, so they go, and they're just all gone, and there's no conversation. There's nothing. And I'm just there, like, absolutely bewildered as to what happened. I'm thinking back to previous weeks and months and days, where Jezebel acted like everything was fine. I was actually putting together a really cool merch line that had to do with all the animals on the homestead. Everyone included her in a bunch of it. She was right there, with some design ideas and all this stuff. So I just had no idea that this was all, and of course I ordered all of it right, like a week or two maybe before all this happened. So I'm left with all that bizarreness. I'm, in the meantime, just getting started with the beard oil and the coffee. The coffees I'm selling, that part of the business, that's been going for a while, and I'm looking to expand and keep that rolling. And I basically just had my head full of stuff. Like, what is happening? What is the future? What's going on? So all this happens, and about an hour later, I notice that my devices are all missing. They're all gone. And I'm like, this is weird. So I sent one of them a group, or no, I just sent one of them a message. I believe I sent it to Nabel, and just said, do you know what happened to everything? And it became obvious to me. He basically said back and said, no, I don't know anything about it. It became very obvious to me that they had removed them. They weren't there. And so I suspect what happened is as soon as they got me out of the camper, they relocated all those things because they knew, in my opinion, they had not good intentions, and they probably should make sure I don't have any of these accessible to me. So, anyway, no idea what happened, and then probably about 20 minutes later, maybe 10 minutes later, texts me back and says, we don't know anything, we don't know anything about what happened, but somebody in the other vehicle suggested that some of them might be here. And they suggested they'd be under the couch. And I'm like, how do you guys not know what happened? And yet there's a suggestion. And I look, and they're almost all there. And there's some other places, and basically I find them. So they didn't steal them. But things were missing out of the safe, which Jezebel had access to the combination. It was a shared safe. Things were missing in general, and I even realized that all this huge quantity of dog food I helped load it up. I bought that. That was never hers. I bought it. I have a dog, right? I bought it for everyone, but I guess you can just, whatever it is you think you're going to need or whatever you want. Internet equipment, also taken without my permission, didn't belong to any single individual that was there. So there were things that were taken, and honestly, the rest of the day is mostly in a daze. I actually went to town, and I had forgot about it like a few days later, and the only reason I really know where I went and what I did is because I looked at my GPS record on my phone to see where I was at. So, anyway, I believe it was that very night where the story is going to continue, and this entire day took the entire 10-minute video, so on to the next one. What the hell happened? Well, this is actually an intermission. It's not really a part. Obviously, this is my story being told from my perspective, and I think some of you are vilifying people more than they need to be. Jezebel and Delilah are being totally vilified, and of course everything I'm saying kind of sounds bad, but I want you to understand another side, at least as best I can tell it. I ended up kind of painting Jezebel as an animal abuser, and I think she's just a person with an anger problem and lashing out to the animals, but not all of them. Although I guess if you abuse animals, it is what it is, right? I've never seen her go after animals just for the sake of wanting to eliminate them or harm them. What I have seen is anger and frustration towards certain animals that do not behave in the way she wants them to, and they're just treated as not as good as her other animals. She has some animals that she just absolutely worships, and as far as I know, has never even slightly been cruel to. She does, however, really enjoy when one of her dogs absolutely slaughters and decimates other animals. Most of the time when Jezebel interacted with animals, it was loving and kind, but there were just those times where an animal did something that she didn't approve of, and she just got very angry, and her correction methods were brutal, unfair, and this is why catching the ducks was so difficult, because you literally have to, go at them with a net, and I thought that's just what you had to do with ducks. Turns out, now that I have my own ducks and I'm in charge of them, that's not necessary. I can walk over to them and pick them up. I obviously mentioned that Jezebel and or other people that came slaughtered a bunch of animals when they left. They did, but they didn't slaughter all of them. As far as I know, every single goat made it out of here, and they're worth money, so who would just randomly cull them? The ducks, some of them made it out. I don't know how she chose which ones to take and which ones needed to be dispatched and scattered. The livestock guardian dog she had
mated out. They have a high monetary value, so again, she's not just gonna like scatter them and cause issues. The one dog she took was actually kind of more of a main field property guardian and just kind of hung around this 2-acre area. It was not my dog because I didn't purchase it. However, it was my dog because I was the one that interacted and backed it up and trained it to hang out here and do the things it does, which is why I now know how to train a livestock guardian dog. But when she decided to leave, there was no possibility of me purchasing this dog or anything. There was no discussion. It was just take it and go. No goodbye, no anything. Like just go with it. I do think a lot of her frustration and wanting to leave had absolutely nothing to do with me. Maybe most of it had nothing to do with me, except for I was able to be a cash cow, if you will. When she left, she was able to basically, in my opinion, the best word is extort funds in order to get her name off of the property. Jezebel also had a bunch of guinea pigs. I think for the most part, most of them went. I think at least 1 or 2 were left scattered here. But they were kind of kept in cages that were probably not the best. Maybe she was doing the best she knew how. But they all ended up getting ringworm, and she was frustrated with trying to treat that. And of course, make sure that she never shows that on social media because she's trying to sell these for money. She also had this idea of rabbits being fenced in and kept naturally, which I thought was a really cool idea. Practically, it didn't work out. Rats kept coming up out of the woods, burrowing in and eating all the babies inside the burrows. And that frustrated her to some kind of extreme. And I really think, all these anger outbursts and stuff may have been, some kind of, mental health issue, but I don't know. I'm not a professional. I have no idea. I just don't think this is how a normal, rational person behaves. But then again, she was under stress because all of her plans were not working out. And from my perspective, it was very important that she be portrayed as an expert in everything going good in the eyes of everyone else. I don't know, maybe my kryptonite is, even though people are like absolutely nasty to me, I still have some sort of ability to empathize and view them as human and understand their struggles and maybe understand some of their frustrations and how they act out. However, the acting out and violence and all that's on them. That's their reaction. I can understand the frustration, but I can't understand why you would actively make the choice to act on the frustration in a terrible way towards animals and people. But again, you guys just have to understand, I'm only telling the story from my perspective. It's the only one I have. There's other perspectives, and I'm sort of doubting that the Jezebel will come out and tell her side, but maybe she will, and then you can evaluate from there. I think I've probably just put out too much information, and everybody involved is unaware of how much of this I may or may not have hard evidence and documentation for. And on to Delilah, my wife, or now an ex-wife. And this is not Delilah. This is my girlfriend, Jen. And obviously it's not Delilah because I wouldn't have that picture up there. I've given the story about how she had an affair and multiple affairs and didn't come out and tell me, and I had to discover it, and she lied and covered it up. But you have to also understand, like, relationship problems always aren't one person's fault, not ever. I was a workaholic. I expressed my frustration to her verbally whenever there were issues and frustrations. I didn't throw things. I didn't slap people around. I never went that far. However, I could have chosen far better ways to communicate. And so I've got regrets. I'm not like some sort of innocent person in this whole story. I'm just a person. And of course, my perspective is biased towards me. Nonetheless, I'm not blaming myself for the affairs because that's totally on her. Again, like, I may have not been a great husband. However, that reaction and that choice of actions it's all on her. Like, that's hers. And then relationship issues with her in the future after that. You know, I believed forgiveness was important and I had to forgive, and I didn't give her any consequences from any of it. And did I truly forgive her, or did I have resentment towards her? And that, again, affected how I treated her. That may have been unfair. I should have probably not said I forgive her, because I probably held on to parts of that and just actually truly didn't. I was trying, but it's just a hard thing to go through and a hard thing to navigate. And I'll admit, for the longest time after that happened, I wanted to go have affairs myself. I mean, look, I got a free pass, right? Like, that's where my mind was. Never reached out to anybody, never acted on that. I believed it was wrong, and my sense of right and wrong really does guide what it is I do. And I'm really glad I can sit here and say, hey, no, I didn't do that. Anyway, the point of this whole intermission, again, is don't go find these people, give them any hate. I kept them anonymous for a reason, because they don't need just massive amounts of people going and bombarding them. It's just, this isn't a whole revenge series. It's me getting this off my chest while doing my best to make sure it doesn't have crazy backlash on them. Now, if they come out and publicly identify with this story, I may go into far more detail on stuff. But honestly, I just want this thing to come out for a couple days, blow over, I move on. Whether they move on or not, or whether I stay a complete villain in their stories, that's on them. Anyway, I know you guys have a bunch of questions. I'm not done telling the story. There's a bunch more to come. It's kind of open-ended at the moment, and after this video goes up, it should not be much longer until the rest of the series plays out and I can be done with it. What the hell happened? Part 21. In the last part, I went over the day Jezebel left and how that day unfolded, and now I'm going to go over, I guess, that night. I'm pretty sure it was that night. It might have been the night after. But anyway, at this point, my wife Delilah has been with her parents, taking care of her grandmother for about 3 months, and all of this happens. I try to process what happened, and basically I've been talking back and forth with Delilah at least once a week, so I call her up and I'm like, so, you know, you might not realize this, but Jezebel has left and taken everything. And her response is, oh yeah, I know. And I'm like, what do you mean you know? And she basically said she's known about it for a while, that this was the plan, and that, yeah, and I'm just like, what do you mean you knew? You didn't just call me up and say, hey, you know, there's issues or anything? Well, I guess we had enough of a marriage problem that she was, not talking to me about this stuff. So it became pretty obvious to me at that point that I really didn't have a wife in a lot of ways. Like, when you're with somebody, it's supposed to be the two of you moving forward, and even if there's issues, there's still supposed to be some kind of a connection, especially if you said we need to work out and resolve these issues. Well, it's pretty much just like a betrayal. You know something's going to happen that's going to affect the other one negatively, and you just keep it under wraps. So finding that out, and part of the reason why I've told the entire history in the past 20 plus videos is because all of this just brought up the previous betrayal, all the affairs and all this, you know, secrets and everything else. Like, it just all hit all over again. So that day pretty much ends. The next couple days begin. I'm not totally sure everything that happened, but basically I just started wondering what to do. And I know I went to the store and bought random food because I was going to be, you know, just in charge of feeding myself, and a bunch of stuff was missing and all that. Ended up, they reached out to me. By they, I mean this group of 5-ish people, somewhat regularly. Usually one of them would reach out once a day, and just like, hey, we're here for you if you need anything, you know, we're here to be your support group. And basically after a couple days, I'm just like, well, like, how did I screw up? I need to, like, make stuff right. You know, need to figure out what's going on, what the actual plan is going forward. And I ended up reaching out to Ananias, who was very much at the front of wanting to be talked to. And I talked to him, and he basically told me, like, you've obviously got great issues, but you're really lucky because you're on a mountain and you can, it's just you on the mountain. Tons of people would love to be like that. You can cry out to your creator and figure out what you did wrong. Like, he wasn't going to tell me what I did wrong. So he's like, but if you want us to help you, I'd love to do that. Love to do counseling with you. Meanwhile, of course, these people are not qualified to do any kind of professional counseling, but nonetheless, he was willing to do counseling with me. And so I'm like, all right, let's do this. So I'm there basically praying every day. I literally went outside, covered myself in an ancient tarp, put ashes from the wood stove down and laid in it. Like, how can I absolutely humble myself as much as possible before my creator and see if I can get him to tell me what is wrong with me. And so in the meantime, Ananias is thrilled that I'm willing to, and I'll never forget the term. He's like, I'm glad that you're willing to submit to the brotherhood. That's just a phrase that just doesn't strike me right. But anyway, I was going along with it. It was really weird to me. It's this whole like group, and they're almost all Mennonites except for this couple. So anyway, talking back and forth with them, I end up praying, trying to figure out what's wrong with me, going back. And I remember every time I'm on the ground, like just praying and come back up, that like there's nothing that I can come up with, because I had just spent the whole 3 months prior to this doing exactly that, like just trying to search myself and find anything that I was doing wrong and make corrections. So like I've already been doing this, and so I'm just not coming up with anything else. I just keep coming up, and I just keep thinking of Job. And if any of you are religious, Job is a man in the Bible who lost everything, and his friends eventually came to him and told him, you've not done right things, pray to God and, confess everything that's wrong, or ask him to tell you what you've done wrong, so that, you've obviously done something wrong for all this bad to happen to you. And then I'm second guessing myself. I'm like, this is wishful thinking. Like, I'm like Job, right? Like, it's just, of course I'm sitting here thinking I'm like Job, and I'm like, I just kept dismissing it every time. A couple days of this go by, and eventually I'm talking with Ananias and Sapphira, that couple, and I'm talking to both of them. And they basically, Sapphira suggests, well, because they're like, you have to reconcile with your wife first. Like, get your wife figured out. I'm like, okay, that's cool. So Delilah and I need to work on stuff. That's great. They're like, they told me to write a letter to her, and just say, how much I love her, and, just all this stuff. So I sit down, I'm like, I can follow this, write a letter, send it out to her. She was unaware of it. She gets it. She's thrilled. She talks with me on the phone, and, that's kind of whatever, like nothing significant. Couple more days go by, and I am getting, they're hitting me with more stuff. So they're basically saying, hey, we're going to tell these people, these people, just this list of people that, hey, this is, Jezebel has left, and they're just telling them, and, we've got close relationships and everything. And like, basically I found out later, they were just telling everybody that Jezebel left. Nate is a bad person, and they wouldn't say anything other than Nate's just a bad person. He's a bad dude. And so in turn, they reached out to probably almost everyone they knew that I knew, and basically said for them to, contact me, or at least I think they did, because tons of people were just all of a sudden reaching out to me and, hey, we're here for you. And from my perspective, it's like all these people know what it is and how horrible of a person I am, and nobody's telling me like what I did, what the deal is, any of it. So it was just bizarre, but I felt bombarded by like 30 people all against me and nobody for me at all. So then Ananias and Sapphira, along with Nabal, my brother, and Delilah, my wife, they all decide they're going to do a video calls with me, and we're going to do video counseling and just try to get me and my wife talking and them supervising or whatever. And we have one practice session to make sure all the equipment's set up and everything's working okay and whatnot, and everything's good. We're going to start in the next couple days. Then over the next few days are particularly hard on me because I'm just not confessing stuff. Like, I am just not like pouring out and just saying, you know, I've done this wrong, I've done that wrong. And they get frustrated with me. And basically Nabal sends me a text and just says, we're not going to be doing this group counseling thing anymore. We're not going to do it. And just boom, just like that, cut off, no more communication. And I'm just, basically, I felt like they kind of teased me with, hey, we'll get you and your wife back together and we'll all be friends. And then I didn't say the things they wanted me to say. And so they found a new way to punish me, was to remove the communication with my wife. At this point, we're about 2 weeks after Jezebel left and all this stuff started happening. And I got frustrated. I got heated. I'm like, this is just crap, you know, all these people, you know, I'm familiar with both of the two religious ideas between all these members, and I go and make a big message with all kinds of stuff on it. Just like, hey, you're not doing Matthew 18, you claim to believe all this stuff, and you're not doing any of it. And I'm out of time. Next part. What the hell happened? Part 22. In the last part, went over basically what happened after Jezebel left, the last 2 weeks, and how this group of people basically tried to get me to conform to their way of doing things despite them violating their own belief system. And I sent them a heated message calling them out on it. Okay, it really wasn't that heated. I don't get that heated, at least not typically. But basically I was frustrated. So I just told them all these things that they were doing wrong in violation of their own teachings, their own belief system. And I don't believe the same thing they do, any of them. However, I do know what they believe, and I called them out on their own stuff. And then dead silence for like probably a week. Didn't respond at all. And eventually I called up Delilah, my wife, and I'm like, you know, hey, they're just not getting back to me. And she absolutely scolded me. What I said sent them was extremely hurtful, and they're just trying to help, and I attacked them. I called them out on their hypocrisy, that they didn't like it. However, I knew I was also frustrated when I did it, so I could kind of see how they viewed it this way, and I ended up just trying to go back with them and, you know, sent them a message just kind of apologizing for the hostile tone, something like that. Anyway, in the meantime, I've just been bombarded by all these people that I feel like are against me, because I believe this whole group orchestrated it to look like I was completely alone. And everyone I have ever known is upset with me, against me, want me to go through with whatever it is these people want me to go through. But I get a call out of the blue from a friend of mine. PhD, he's got a master's in something else, and, you know, like, he's just a highly educated person, and it amuses me. He's a cool guy, really talkative. I don't know why I don't know, yeah. We couldn't be more opposite in many ways. He has no idea what has occurred at all. These people did not get a hold of him and let him know any of this. They don't really know that I'm good friends with him. Yet Ananias and Sapphira know of him. In some ways, he's somewhat of a public figure, and they absolutely idolize this guy. That doesn't matter. It's just coincidence. But anyway, he calls me up, and he loves to talk. We were talking about all kinds of stuff, and he brings up Job's story, which I had dismissed in my mind. I felt like I was kind of Job with my
friends telling me to do exactly what Job's friends told him to do. And I just kind of feel like it, and then I also feel like I'm just wanting that to be the case. So that's why I'm seeing a parallel. Out of the blue, he just starts talking about Job. I haven't told him anything yet about what has happened. He just starts talking about Job and all this stuff, and he is an absolute historian. He loves history, he loves biblical history. He randomly gets into, I don't know, he starts talking about like brainwashing and all this other stuff. And we talked about a lot of stuff. This is just what stuck with me. It just seems kind of random, out of the blue. We're just kind of talking. I believe I did briefly mention that Jezebel had left, things on the homestead have changed, but I just very casually just kind of threw it out there. And it was cool. We had a conversation, and later on, I look up brainwashing and I start taking this whole Job thing seriously, because this all seems like a coincidence. I found the article, I looked up on brainwashing. I'm not going to read you the whole thing. But there's 10 points in it. First, assault on identity, guilt, self-betrayal, breaking point, leniency, compulsion to confess, channeling of guilt, releasing of guilt, progress and harmony, final confession, and rebirth. And as I read through the actual article of how they do this, what this group of people was doing to me was the same stinking thing. And I'm still like, this is just wishful thinking, Nate. Like, this can't be. It's amazing the mental pressure that's put on you when an entire group of people all come after you. So the phone call's over. I've got all this information. Still doubting myself. More time goes by. I'm sure I talked back and forth with the group of people a little bit, but I was starting to really doubt them. And yet at the same time, I just kept telling myself everything I'm learning about brainwashing, about Job, like it's just wishful thinking. And then I just get to a point where it's just mentally way too much, and I'm like, all right, I'm going to call Ananias and Sapphira up and just totally be willing to do whatever it is they want me to do. Whatever it is, like I'm just done. I will do whatever, I'm just done. I'm going to go along with it. I'm a bad person. I need to be fixed. Obviously, I'm so bad I can't even see it. And obviously, I can't even call out to the Creator and Him tell me, because apparently I'm just that bad. And then as the time comes for me to make that phone call and do that, I'm just like, I'm going to call him in the evening. And all I want to do is pick up the phone and call my friend again with the PhD. And I'm like, no, I can't, because if I call him up and I tell him the whole story, then of course it's going to feed my delusion. I mean, he's going to take my side because he only knows that side. And I'm like, no, I can't do that. Well, I was just hoping he would call me. It's like, if he calls me, I'm going to tell him everything. If not, I'm just going to call these people at 8 o'clock or whatever. Wouldn't you know it, about an hour or two beforehand, he calls me up out of the blue just to chat again. And I absolutely lay this whole thing on him. Not in nearly as much detail, but enough. And I've never heard this man say a bad word or be anything hostile. But when I told him all this, he told me, that's bullshit, which just doesn't seem to be a term in his normal vocabulary. And then he went on to say they were acting exactly like Job's friends. Absolutely what they're doing is brainwashing. It's cult-like. And that's what I needed to hear. Bear in mind, at this point, I still have absolutely no idea what to do. Like, I'm still in a situation, regardless of whether I'm going with these people or not. And then each one of them, Delilah, my wife, calls, Ananias and Sapphira. I don't believe Tom reached out to me on this. And Abel, my brother, all reached out. Same day, couple hours apart, saying, hey, there's this guy that's a minister of this Mennonite church, and there's all kinds of connections. And he's been through bad stuff in his life, and he's not done everything right, and he's willing to counsel you and take you in. And this set off alarm bells in my head like crazy, because I know that he is a part of
a Mennonite secretive group, and I know it crosses the border of Mennonite denominations. There's all kinds of different sorts of Mennonites, but he is on this board of this group that basically help take care of these people that need help. I believe it's pretty much only guys, but basically they'll take you and put you somewhere. Let me rephrase that. They will tell you this is what you should do, and you will go and be put somewhere. At the same time, there was this big article that broke. I'll see if I can find it. It was a news article about this Mennonite farm that had people basically against their will working on the farm for no pay and all this stuff, and I was dead certain that's exactly the type of place I was destined for. Mennonites will all tell you, oh, that's this super conservative group or that super conservative weird Mennonite group, but we're not like that. No. You get higher up in all the Mennonite circles and groups, there's connections. The Mennonites are way more connected than they want you to believe through all these denominations. But yeah, I was basically supposed to go off to some camp. And I'm pretty sure if that had happened, that would have been the last you would have seen of me. Probably would have been physically fine, but I would have been going through whatever their thing was. And I think this was all the plan all along. It was crazy, because I actually came really close to going along with what they said. And I'd like to think I'm not the type of person that would fall for such crap. But there I was, almost falling for it. Next part. Hell happened, part 23. In the last part, I talked about how I had a mindset shift from thinking I was this horrible, evil person, and all these people could see it and I couldn't, and starting to realize that they were trying to absorb me into a cult and brainwash me. So yeah, that was quite the awakening and a hell of a process to go through. I gotta back up a little bit to some of the conversations. There was all kinds of accusations. Eventually, when I did not confess to all these things I was supposed to confess to, that's when they started coming. The biggest overwhelming theme that they went on was narcissism. Pretty much early on from the beginning, they said that I was a narcissist, which I kind of was like, nah, and then I was like, well, maybe. So first I had to look up the definition of narcissist and start wading through that, and anybody that is a narcissist is going to say they're not a narcissist. So by default, if somebody accuses you of being a narcissist and you say no, that could mean you're a narcissist. And I don't know why this word got so popular recently. Like, everybody's accusing everybody of being a narcissist, and the word just annoys me, so it can go away. But later on, it kind of became a running joke to just, among new friends and stuff, to just randomly call me a narcissist because, they know the story. Anyway, so I was called a narcissist over and over again.
Don't make them believe you. They'll think you're narcissistic.
Good point. Good point. So anyway, being called a narcissist, that's what this camp that I was supposed to go to was supposed to help cure me of, was being a narcissist. I was also accused of spiritual leadership abuse because I, being the man, and two women being here, by default, I am the spiritual leader and responsible for all spiritual issues, I guess. And I guess I'm not really even clear how I abused my position as a spiritual leader, because I really didn't feel like I was a spiritual leader of anyone. They kind of just, believed whatever they wanted to believe and did what they wanted to do religiously. And like, I'm not gonna tell you, no, you can't believe this. Yes, you have to believe this. Like, that's just not me. Also, by the point that it came time for me to supposedly go to this camp, many more Mennonites were involved. There was an entire Mennonite church involved. And here's the thing. I'm not a Mennonite. I have not been a Mennonite for forever. I don't want to be a Mennonite. I don't agree with what they believe in or any of that. And I think that just, that's what I say, when you try to leave the Mennonites and the Amish get like the entire bad rap for like being like a cult and conservative. Mennonites are Amish that drive cars. They're the same stupid thing. It just is what it is. The
So the same thing, they just drive cars and try to appear more normal so they can, you know, attract individuals and people who aren't ready to drive a horse and buggy, but yet, yeah. Anyway, all this went on pretty much around the time that Johnny Depp was having his defamation lawsuit against his ex-wife. And all I know is I was watching the whole thing. He was being accused of all kinds of nonsense, and it was really cool because he has the money to fight back. And he was able to, you know, I mean, there's text messages that are subpoenaed, like all this stuff. And I'm envious. Like, I was so envious during that time. It's like, I just want to subpoena these people's text messages. I want to know all of the intercommunication back and forth. Because as much plotting and scheming of all this stuff that went on, the stuff that proves what I really would love to prove is going to be in their communications with each other. The other thing that I was accused of was SA with Jezebel. And that is something that they think they are holding over me or have some kind of power with me on. Because obviously, you know, some guy trying to defend himself against such a thing, saying, no, it didn't happen, you know, that's, you know, all they got to do is bring the story with a couple people together, make sure it matches, and they can totally destroy me, or so their thought is, which is quite possibly valid. However, I'm just going to lay all the cards on the table. I didn't know that that was something that I was going to be accused of and what all these people were demanding I confess, because I didn't know it really existed. However, I was accused of it before all of this transpired, before everyone left, and it was only done through text message. And I was just totally taken back by the text messages, wrote back, what the heck, and Jezebel pretty much, you know, later on had a conversation with me in person. Everything, she's like, I misinterpreted, and I'm like, yeah. And I don't think I ever, like, she handed me a plate of food. I made sure my hand didn't touch hers when I received the plate of food. Like, there was no contact at all. But I believe this whole thing was pre-planned, and this was part of it. And they were very concerned to make sure everything was sent privately. And they're just like, we're going to keep all this private. We're going to keep all this private. I don't think that was ever the plan. And obviously, since I never admitted to anything anywhere, they really have no ammunition. But they turned it into this whole thing where I've basically been grooming her ever since she existed on this planet. Here, I just thought we were siblings goofing off and, you know, not doing anything inappropriate, but yet that's what I found myself in. So, there we go. Cards on the table. And they still hold to the whole, you know, spiritual leader abuse, narcissism, and the SA. And, or wanting the SA is mostly what they have. But of course, you know, when somebody is doing that or does something like that, what you should be doing is going to the authorities with what you know and have and information, and none of that ever happened. So, yeah, I mean, go ahead and go to them, please. You remember that story I told multiple episodes back about this dude from Ohio coming to Pennsylvania before we started homesteading and just really wanting to have conversation with her? Well, her accusation against him was the same thing. And so this is why I'm so adamantly stepping up as the older brother, making sure there's no contact and absolutely not and all this stuff, and getting him run out of town. Looking back on it, this is a tactic she uses when she wants to bail out of a situation. And in this particular case, just about everybody involved gets to financially benefit from me being in the position I'm in. There's money to be acquired by these people, and they do acquire it, but just kind of in a dumb way. All three of us had homesteaded together, and the land was in all of our names, and in order for me to stay here, I had to buy them out. And At the same time, my wife, she wanted a financial separation. She wanted to stay married. She was not coming back here for at least 1 year. And she fully believed Jezebel's story. And I don't know, I have no idea where this originated from. Is Jezebel the mastermind? Are the Mennonites the mastermind? Probably the Mennonites. That's probably all their doings, and everyone else is just pawns in the game. But yeah, basically I had to buy them out even though it was my funding and Jezebel had the animals and that's what she invested in. Well, she was able to physically take everything she was invested in, plus say, hey, I need a third of the value of the property. So I had to come up with all this money and all these accusations. It's basically a mess. And just in case either Jezebel or Delilah end up watching this video, you guys know I'm dating, living with, married to Jen, right? Shouldn't you, as abused women, have reached out to her and told her this whole story? Shouldn't you send screenshots and text messages? Shouldn't you be like, or if you're a good person, you would warn somebody, right? Why have you been silent? Unless either it wasn't true or you're absolutely god-awful people. Anyway, let's get into the next part. What the hell happened? Part 24. In the last episode, I talked all about accusations and nonsense and issues. Before I move into the divorce and the finalization of all legal documents and everything that was going on, I gotta go back yet again. Really, who I think was behind all of this all along was this Mennonite cult. Multiple denominations possibly involved, one in particular. I think they were the masterminds of all of this, and I absolutely regret ever having met any of them and seeing that there was a nice people on the surface, and I'm sure some of them are good people, like in every cult. You know, there's good people in every cult. They're stuck in it. They don't get to the upper levels and get to know all this stuff. I didn't know all this stuff until just spending enough time and starting to figure it out. Even when outside of the Mennonites, it's just like, it's crazy. But anyway, let's go to the social media side of this, because when this is happening, I believe I'm somewhere around 1 million. No, I'm over 1 million followers on TikTok. And social media, like all these things that they were getting to me with, and just trying to convince me of, social media kept coming up all the time. And I think there was a real jealousy. They wanted, it became quite obvious. Nobody ever said, we need to take over your social media. It is my opinion, based on all the little different comments and things made, they wanted this social media account. And more than that, they wanted me to stay on the social media account and be a talking puppet for them. No, and then they just kept alluding to it. They're just like, you know, I think some of the frustrations with Delilah and Jezebel is that you don't post enough about your religion on social media. And then I informed them that I have this other page, which is a religious page. I don't post there often. I haven't posted there in like 9 months now or something. But you know, because I believe what I believe, it's my way of giving credit to a higher power without like being in your face about it. Because if you talk about religion, it sounds like, even if you just talk about my religion, people hear, you must change your ways. And so I do not at all want to come across that way. I apply the religious principles I believe to me. That's who I apply them to. If you want to hear about them, I'll tell you about them. I'll maybe shove them off on a side channel somewhere so you can hear a little bit about them. Cool thing about that channel is, I know at the very beginning I did actually talk about Mennonites and somewhat how they were, and this was before all of this transpired, and I really understood how bad it actually is. Like, they are just a nasty cult. So anyway, They wanted to get control of the social media. They wanted me to be the speaking puppet. At least in my opinion, that's how it was. So that all seemed to play a role. There was tremendous jealousy in the fact that I had gathered such a large audience. And once it took me way too long to figure out that these people were trying to brainwash me and put me into a cult, I reached out to the only people that I knew I could talk to that just didn't seem to know much of anything. I reached out to my neighbors, who, by the way, were completely unaware that any of this had transpired at all. I'm kind of backing up pretty far. This is about maybe 3 or 4 weeks after all this took place, after Jezebel left. So I reached out to my neighbors. They had no idea about anything at all. Jezebel never said goodbye to them. Supposedly we were all friends. She just poof. One of them saw the vehicles with trailers. That's all they knew. So eventually I told them the story. I became really good friends with my neighbors, but onto the social media thing, I do lives on TikTok, and I do lives on YouTube more now, but I did lives on TikTok, and I had moderators, and they basically just monitor the comments and stuff. Well, my moderators are different. We're friends. I found people I wanted to be moderators. I became good friends with them, and we would do a video call a half hour before. I'd catch them up on all the new information, what the live was going to be about, what questions they could answer, and give them answers to questions. That way I could just proceed and talk, and they're all really, really good at that. Well, I found myself in the midst of all this, basically not really happy that I existed. So I wanted to, and I didn't like to feel that way. I was not going to do anything about it, but yet there I was. And so I reached out to this group of moderators, and I didn't tell them the entire story because this story is getting huge by now, but I gave them a rundown as I knew it and told them a bunch of information, and they were pretty much kind of dumbfounded, I think. But one of the moderators was Jen, who is my girlfriend, and she lives with me, and she's helping me do this video by sitting there and smiling at me. So put the whole story out there, as much of it as I knew at the time, out to them, and they really jumped into action. They were extremely supportive. Made sure I was like eating food just by asking, like, hey, are you like making yourself food and stuff? And I was like, yeah, no, not really. And so some of you may remember way back, I have some food videos. I'm putting fried eggs on top of canned ravioli. Like, I'm just not in a great spot. I'm not a good cook. I was just totally depressed and didn't want to eat food, let alone make food for myself. So there I was. And then, this is kind of a sidebar, and then out of nowhere, this box of fresh, it's a delivery service, it's a food delivery service. Like, the food just shows up, and it's something where you can kind of make your own food, and you have to like cook the potatoes, and it was a whole thing. And I was like, well, cool, there's a whole recipe card to follow, and it's really interesting. So I go through and I start doing that, making videos, and I just felt really like, not happy, but it was like, it felt good. And then probably a week or two later, I get a call from Delilah, my wife at the time, and turns out she sent it, and she basically sent it on her own, and then the other group, the whole group of Mennonites, pretty much told her like that was fine, or they like encouraged her to send it. I'm not sure, but either way, they thought I was being super fake on social media. Like, I was begging for attention, like, oh no, I have to eat ravioli and eggs, and like they thought I was playing it up. There was no possible chance I was actually depressed because my entire life fell apart. That couldn't have been it. So yeah, my wife just absolutely scolded me on the phone for being fake, and it's like, you can make food, make better food, eat better food, don't keep playing all this up. And like, it's not like people were sending me food. I was just making random food because it's what I had and it's what I felt like doing, and I just video what I do.
And I was trying not to like just absolutely just sit there recording me sitting staring at the floor like this, because that's what else I was doing. And it kind of gave me something to do, and then she sent that, and then she scolded me for forever, and it felt like an insane betrayal again. Like I thought like somebody cared about me, and then turns out no, it was just you finding a way to scold me by sending me food. So anyway, all that to say, the mods came out all the time to visit me. I was genuinely thinking that these Mennonites were going to come and take me away to one of these camps by force. I was kind of like, yeah, prepared for that, but yet you have to sleep sometime, right? So I thought they were going to come take me by force. People came all the time. There were people here probably 50 to 60% of the time. I staggered my videos so nobody could tell. It looked like people were here when they weren't, and when they weren't here, they were. It was just, yeah, a little bit of a disinformation by just delaying my videos right, and showing people and not showing people. So ended up being, that's how it was. And I think maybe I've caught up on all the little sub stories that are supposed to run along with this. This story is difficult to tell for a bunch of reasons. But anyway, we're out of time. On to the next part. What the hell happened? Part 25. In the last part, I went over social media stuff, telling my group of moderators about the whole situation that took place here, telling my neighbors, and I really should just talk more about the neighbors a little bit. We were kind of like friends, kind of like casual friends. After that whole scenario happened, pretty much we became really good friends, and that was really cool. And they watched the property like a hawk. Like nobody comes to visit here without me being aware of them getting back here. Even myself, I remember one time specifically driving my red Jeep back. I usually tell them, hey, I'm going out to town, you need anything? We kind of do that back and forth. Well, I didn't, for whatever reason, I didn't mention anything. And I'm driving back at dark, and I see up on the hill a shadowy figure, and I knew exactly what that was. That was my one neighbor, making sure he knew what vehicle was coming back my driveway after dark. So just really cool neighbors I got. Oh, and a bunch of you have been following the channel for a while. You know I got a Ram T-Rex, right? Well, I didn't tell my neighbors about that either. I just kind of like, I just wanted to like show them, like, hey guys, check this out, because all I'm driving is like beat up horrible farm trucks, and I'm lucky to have run. So I pull back in here with it. They know I'm coming back at that time. Well, as soon as I get up my driveway, I get boxed in by the one neighbor, because he saw that, dropped everything, and was like, who's coming back? Because he didn't recognize the vehicle. And that was really cool, and I got to show him the truck right on the spot. But I've got unbelievable neighbors that totally help me out. But yeah, I talked to the group of moderators, told them the story, told them basically I was in fear of my life, because I was in fear of my life. In some ways, it would not be shocking to me for these people to show up now even, but I think the risk is lower. I think initially it was quite high that they were going to come, and they pretty much just took turns being out here. Now, of course, everybody you meet randomly on the internet, even if they are your mods and you talk to them occasionally, that doesn't always necessarily, mean that they're great people. But at this point, I've thrown myself to a pack of wolves before, I risked being involved with these other people, so I was desperate. Well, there were a couple, Rick and Alice, and they were very interested in helping me out. And they were just some of them, and that was cool. And so they came out, and they were really friendly, and one of the things I wanted to do, and they helped me do, was be like, you got to patch stuff up with your wife. You can't keep going through this whole Mennonite, like there's a buffer of people between you and your wife, and so you need to go straight to Delilah and work things out, or see if they can be worked out. And they helped me pick out jewelry, a bottle of wine,
flowers, like you just get all the stuff, right? So got all the stuff. I just needed to have a conversation with her because phone calls were almost like they just didn't work. There was just her scolding me all the time, or her using me as an emotional outlet and just telling me about everything in her life, and I just like listened for like an hour. And any problems I had that I would possibly bring up, I just got scolded for. And so I'm not ready to give up on the marriage just yet. I'm really not sure how the heck I move forward after all this, but I'm not ready to just randomly give up on it. So they convinced me to go up there. They'll take care of the homestead while I'm away. They took care of the homestead while I was away. It was great. I didn't tell her about it because I knew that Delilah would immediately get a hold of the group of Mennonites that were in charge of my case or whatever, and they were going to say, no, absolutely not, there will be no meeting. So I get in my truck, I drive 9 hours, and I was just hoping my truck was going to make it. I took it to a mechanic shop first, and I'm like, I'm going to drive this thing hundreds of miles. Can you just please make sure it's like going to be okay? And they're like, well, it's okay as it's going to get. I don't see anything that's going to immediately fall apart. And so, okay, I drive the 9 hours. I got a hotel for 2 nights, and it's probably 15 minutes away from where she's staying, or yeah, she was staying there for sure. 15 minutes from her parents' and grandmother's place. I get the hotel, I get there, I settle in, and then I send her a message saying, hey, we really need to work things out. I want to talk. You don't have to talk. I am staying here. I gave her the room number. I gave her the hotel address. I specified I will not come to you, but I've made it easy for you to come to me. And I put that there, and I'm in the hotel, and I'm waiting, and each minute is taking forever. And me and Minion, little dog, sitting in the hotel. I'm putting him in clothes and stuff. I'm just doing anything to pass the time. And so I'm there waiting, and I wait all the way to the next morning, and I get video messages from her this time, 3 of them. And she tells me about how she's dealing with her family issues and stuff right now. It's just like this whole big thing. And she scolded me for even coming there, and told me she felt unsafe. I was not to communicate directly with her on any of this stuff, but rather go through the people that she chose. And I tried earlier to say, can we get some other people besides the people in this group? Like, can we get, an unbiased third party? Can we go to like real counselors, professionals and stuff? And no, these were the only people that I could communicate to her through. So that was it. I made her feel unsafe. I needed to respect her feelings and her boundaries and her time while she deals with, her grandmother being sick, and to go home. Like, I feel unsafe, go home. And so there's my answer, I guess. I had told her too, like, if you want to bring your parents with you, if you want to bring, anybody you want to bring, do you not want to come to me, but you want to send your dad instead to have a conversation? Like, I would have taken anything but this crazy whacked out group of people. But no, get out of here. And so I left. I packed up. I sent pictures of me leaving. Like, I'm just like, I'm going to do what you want. I'm leaving. And I sent pictures, and I think she kind of felt bad. She's just like, thanks for, sending me pictures and showing that you're actually leaving. And shortly after that, I get a call from Ananias. And the entire way home, okay, not the entire way, but like, he's got nothing better to do. He doesn't work. He's talking to me on the phone probably for like 3 hours, and just like, you tried to go around us and all this stuff. And like, he's just like, so I hope you learned a valuable lesson. Like, he's just scolding me, a valuable lesson about, just trying to directly communicate with your wife to repair the relationship. Obviously, that is a terrible plan. So I was just, getting scolded for all this. And somewhere about halfway home, I realized it is absolutely over. There is no recovering this relationship at all whatsoever. But here's the problem. I can't just divorce her because her name is on the deed of my land. Well, that's not a big deal, but then Jezebel, my sister, also owns part of the land still. And Jezebel wants her money out of it. And obviously there's this whole financial separation that Delilah wants, so we have to, figure this out. And I'm like, I'm going to go through the financial separation, because if I start some kind of divorce proceedings, I have no idea what this other group is going to do. I'm just trying to keep them in the dark at this point. Like kind of act like I'm trying to reconcile and do the right thing, but yet not communicate too much. Like I'm just kind of like playing the part. It's just like, get off of me. Like I didn't want them to realize that I wanted to be done with everybody and everything. I wanted this all done. So basically, once the financial separation went through, we had to draft it. I had to like pay her somewhat unreasonable amounts of money for stuff, like whatever. Plus, yeah, it was crazy. I went from a net worth of $150,000 down to about $30,000, and I had a whole bunch of debt. But before I get to that debt, that's the next part. So, next part. What the hell happened? Part 26. In the last part, I talked about trying to reconcile things directly with my wife Delilah, and it absolutely not working at all. And me figuring out that I needed to leave her, be done with this whole group of Mennonites, and somehow not lose every penny I've ever had in my hand in the process. So it was March 17th, 2022 when I made that final trip to try to get things worked out with Delilah. Figured out it wasn't going to work out, and then I'm back here in the homestead, and I have to figure out how to be rid of all these people. My moderators are coming. Rick and Alice, they're here most of the time. They helped out tremendously. They helped prep me for that whole trip. They were so disappointed when I got back. They were just like, she's gonna talk with you. Things are gonna work out. And they felt so bad for like sending me and just get utterly rejected like that. They felt terrible about it. But anyway, they stayed around the homestead a lot that summer, helping me do stuff. I believe it was sometime in May when I had all the mods come out all at once, and I'm just like, we should all just actually meet in person and hang out. It started with one person coming out, flying out, and that just kind of like helped settle a date. But there were a couple other meetings and different times when people came. But I got to meet Jen, who's one of the moderators, for the first time in May. And she showed up. There's actually somewhere out there is a video of the very first time she showed up on the homestead, because I was just videoing everything. Stuff was happening, and we were having fun, and we were all a great group of friends, and it was just really cool. So we just started doing all that, working throughout the summer. I also had a meet and greet, I think in June, and a bunch of mods came out for that, which was super cool. Jen was, again, one of the mods that came out for that. At this point, we had no, relationship going or anything. We just, hanging out just in a group with everybody. Throughout most of that spring into summer, I'm trying to get all the assets divided up so I can get a financial separation with Delilah and figure out how to pay Jezebel, my sister, off, who, by the way, I still haven't spoken to as of the recording of this video since the day before she left. So we're over 2 years on that. Never a text, never nothing. I was told she did not want to talk to me, and so I guess I still honor that, and I don't really know what I would have to say anyway at this point. So trying to figure out how to do all this. Like, I dumped all the funding that I had into this property. I had maybe, I don't even remember how much I had. All I knew is for sure the financial separation's happening. That means I need to first of all make sure that I get funding over to Delilah, because we're financially separating. She wants to start this whole new life. She wants to go into the medical field. Well,
kind of the medical field, medical industry, I guess, whatever, doesn't matter. Anyway, so I send her a check for a bunch of money, and I just get started as we're figuring it out. I make sure to send her her part, and then figure out how much to pay Jezebel, and of course the whole group, the Mennonites. That's the only way I have to communicate with her. And you know, Nabal, my brother, is also another way. He's actually in the medical field and was one of the most as far as the accusations go, the accusation of being a narcissist was most predominant, I think, from him. And I feel like narcissism is kind of a medical diagnosis. You know, it's not in his field. I kind of feel like if I really wanted to, I could mess his life up in a crazy way by saying, hey, this individual in the medical field is practicing medicine outside of his field, and, you know, assigning people, mental illnesses, essentially. Anyway, onto the financial part. I have like $150,000 in financial assets, and I have to split it up amongst all three of us, and we all have to come to agreement. It's a whole thing, and then how am I going to get the funding? Because I really wasn't making that much at the time at all, and I didn't need to make much, so it wasn't a big deal. But all of a sudden, I found myself in need of a bunch of money, like really fast, or I just have to let these people be owners. And you know, then they were talking about payment plans and how I could do payment plans through them, and then it kind of means that like the Mennonites and all this group get to be a part of this somehow, and I just was totally unwilling to be involved in that. So the other option was Rick and Alice. They offered to, they were very ambitious in helping out around here, really helped pull me out of my slump as much as they could. Ended up wanting to be a part of it, like financially, or at least offering it, particularly when I was talking about that and going through that. So I heavily considered it. There were a couple red flags in the way that they treated people and stuff that I just didn't think worked out all that well, or were going to work out all that well. Ended up contacting a farm credit place, and turns out I could just so squeak the exact amount I needed, plus about $2,000, which I used to buy a bunch of 2x4s so I could frame out this building. Because it was pretty obvious to me I'm never going to be able to build a house, but at least maybe I can get out of the camper before it falls apart. So I've got this whole financial plan set up, everything's in motion, and call and talk with Delilah, because we're still talking like once a week. I'm trying to keep up any kind of like relationship to the point where nobody realizes that I'm about to divorce Delilah and throw them all out of my lives. They're still hoping that there's, you know, something they can do, some way they can like be a part of this or me or whatever it is they wanted. Or maybe they just wanted the money. I really don't know. And I don't really know who ended up getting what money, how much of it went to the individuals it was supposed to, and how much may have gone to certain Mennonite individuals, or I don't know. But I basically was left with a net worth of $30,000 and a ton of debt. Thankfully, it was all in one debt, into one payment. It was like $700 a month, and I figured I could swing that. Just before the financial separation, I'm talking with Delilah on the phone like normal, and she says, you know, maybe, you know, I don't want to hurt you. Maybe, you know, if this financial separation's, you know, going to really cause you a problem, you know, I could pay her some money later type of thing. So kind of like payments, but no set time. She didn't want me to lose the homestead. And so that kind of threw me through a loop for a second. Really wasn't sure what to make of it. And then she started telling me about this whole group and how they're like not being nice to her anymore, and they're being hard on her for some reason. And so there was a real like separation between like the group
the Mennonites and her, and she's never really been much of a Mennonite. Like, it's not really in her past, just in our early married years. And they were just not being nice to her or something. I don't remember all the details. But basically, again, I could not see any way forward. Like, you can forgive a number of things, especially when given enough years, and I realized there's not going to be enough years in my lifetime to ever possibly be able to move past it. So nope, I said no, it's fine, I got a loan, I can make it happen, and just basically we can do the financial separation. We both agreed to it. I think it was somewhat unfair, but whatever, it doesn't matter. Money's only good for making problems go away, and it was, in this case, able to make this problem go away. So that's what I opted to do. Yeah, and it went off good, paying off Jezebel. That went through, the financial separation went through, and now the stage was prepped for me to get the heck out of all of this. Next part. What the hell happened? Part 27. Boy, this has been quite the wild ride. I can assure you it was much more wild to live than it was to listen to, and I'm sure it was a heck of a lot to listen to, those of you that have been watching the whole thing. But anyway, last left off on the financials. Finally had a plan of how to get out and get away from these people. Ended up fully going through the financial separation. In the meantime, Jen and I have been talking more, and I'm just like, this whole situation, I'm just like, I can't, like, no, like, I wasn't even sure, I wasn't even gonna date anybody, like, probably ever. But you know, just coming out of a situation like that, of course you feel that way. You know, she seemed nice and normal, and it seemed like something, we just got along as friends. But once the financial separation hit, it was time to move on along to the next step, and that was divorce. And I just had to figure out how to file for it. I had no money, like I couldn't hire a divorce lawyer, but we had the financial separation and we both agreed on it, so I figured that would help me. And I filed for my own divorce at the courthouse. And we had been, I don't even know how long we were married now, like 15 years or something. Anyway, went to the courthouse, filed for divorce, did all that, ended up writing her some big letter explaining why I was divorcing. I should have just dropped the whole thing and just let the regular divorce papers hit. But, you know, you sort of feel like you have to explain stuff. And at some point, I wish long ago I realized I didn't have to explain anything to these people. But it is what it is. Anyway, filed for divorce. She calls me all up, all hurt and upset, but accepts it and is like, that's what you really want? And I was like, yeah, I mean, like, there is no path forward at all. So she agrees to it, we go along, and everybody's paid off. I've got my loan, and time comes to actually get divorced. And this woman is supposed to be scared of me and terrified and need all her space and all this stuff. And yet, when it came time for the actual divorce time, she's struggling to get the time off and whatever she says. But like, it's still like it's a court date, so you have to go. Anyway, she calls me up and wants me to make all the arrangements. You know, she's going to be at the airport at this time. I can pick her up then. And where is she going to stay? Well, I had arranged with one of my neighbors that's where she could stay, because apparently it all fell on me, even though, like, I'm supposedly this horrible person. All of a sudden, like, whatever. But hey, I just want it over with, so if I have to literally arrange everything, so be it. At this point, I thought she was pretty separated and distant from the whole Mennonite group. So I kind of felt comfortable with it, and then at the same time, no. So my neighbors did me a huge favor. They picked her up from the airport. They housed her off of this property for me. Yeah, and so they were good friends. Like, at least somewhat good friends, you know. So they had a relationship. I figured it would help make everything way more comfortable. Like, we weren't going to be like, you know, arguing, fighting, whatever. She gets picked up from the airport. She goes there. Obviously, we're getting divorced. I send Minion over. And I'm like, hey, you know, you want to hang out with Minion for a while? There was never any argument over the dog. She didn't want the dog. Said it wasn't her dog. So that would have been something I would have hired an attorney for if the need had arisen. Because I am not giving up Minion. No way, no how. So anyway, sent him over there for a visit. It's all good. Supposedly. Get to the courthouse. Go down, sit through. We all, you know, it just goes the way the courthouse does. He reads over the financial thing, checks everything over. The judge is good, approves of it, and it's over. It is officially over. That I can't tell you all the feelings and stuff I had, like knowing I was finally like legally no longer obligated to anybody for any of this. So it was over. She goes back to the neighbor's house she goes to the airport. Neighbor drives her to the airport. Well, I wasn't really nervous that my neighbors were gonna, like, you know, be taking her side or anything really. Well, turns out, like, the entire time she's over there, instead of hanging out, all she's doing is texting Jezebel and just ignoring them and, like, being needy and demanding. This is according to what they said. Which was not at all shocking to me. But she got chauffeured around all this time, and after the divorce, offered to buy her pizza, the neighbor lady pizza, went to the pizza place, she ordered, stepped back from the countertop, and the neighbor got put in an awkward spot, like, well, somebody needs to pay for this, and so she steps forward, pays for it, and she, like, yeah, Delilah didn't say a word about it. Meanwhile, I know exactly the size check that she has in her pocket from the finalized divorce. It was the final payment for the separation and everything. And so after the pizza, neighbor takes her to the airport and drops her off. And of course, Delilah offers to pay for her fuel. I believe it was quite a number of miles, and $20 was basically a slap in the face, as my neighbor said. Like, it was just an absolute insult, especially, you know, with that big of a check in your pocket. It was just outrageous, and it just, all these things along the way, like, just helped solidify the relationships I have with people around me, because they got to observe firsthand some of this stuff. And so all that stuff being genuine made me feel really good. It's nothing I had to say or do. Like, they just observed and noticed. It was super cool. And I was really impressed with my neighbor, because she's just not very confrontational. But everybody knew about the story of all the ducks being slaughtered by Jezebel here on the property, and all the animals and stuff, and not very many people actually witnessed it. So when my neighbor asked, what about Jezebel slaughtering all the ducks everywhere? Delilah responded, well, they're her animals. She can do with them what she wants. And yeah, I became good friends with my neighbors, and I don't believe they've ever doubted the story, because it was corroborated, and they were their own character witnesses after the fact. It made it pretty easy. Speaking of ducks, there's positive stuff in this story, and we're about to get into a lot of it. But speaking of ducks, remember way back a couple episodes ago when I said that all the ducks were slaughtered and everything, and way further back I said that they were going to be eaten by owls, at least according to Jezebel. There were 3 ducks. All 3 of those ducks are still on the homestead as of recording this video, and they have turned into 22 ducks now. I got Quackers, I got Kitchen Duck, and I got Nesty. Those 3 ducks are still here. I can't tell you how awesome it was to still have 3 ducks on the homestead, Minion, and myself. Like, it was a very, very small homestead.
And it was so cool. Those ducks did not have any dogs anymore for protection. They had nothing. There was no duck coop. Like, they were outside, and I guarded them by not sleeping. I kept anything bad from ever happening to them until a coop was built, and even ever after. It was just, those ducks mean a whole lot to me anymore, because they are the three that survived the big slaughtering, and they made it, and they're still here, and they're alive and well. One almost lost it to a fox. They've had some brushes. Another one lost a lot of feathers to a hawk, but still here. And that's just one of the super cool things. There's more ducks here now after all that than there ever was here at any point. So, my ducks now. And by the way, they don't need to be caught with nets or run from me. They come to me, because I treat them like animals should be treated. What the hell happened? Part 28 and 27. I went over the divorce. I went over the awesome survival story of ducks. I promise you, from now on, this whole story should be getting better and better. There's still some issues, but it is no longer as crazy and awful as it was before. There's still more of this story to tell going forward, but moving forward, most of the characters drop off. There's one more thing that happens with Delilah, and that is a bunch of, who's now my ex-wife, there is a bunch of stuff that is hers, that is here, that needs to go to her. So Delilah came out. I was extremely concerned about who was going to come out. I told her absolutely not. No Mennonites, none of the former people that came here. Nabal, my brother, absolutely not. Ananias and Sapphira, definitely not. Like, if they come here, there's going to be issues. And kind of worked out okay. Delilah came out with some help. None of the former people. Had a U-Haul or something, and basically I loaded a bunch of stuff up onto the pickup truck. Rick, one of the moderators, was a good friend, was there to help me load everything, and I just pickup trucked. I didn't even drive the truck. I did not lay eyes on her. I did not want to see her. I did not ever want to talk to her again. So he was nice enough to go back and forth with the pickup, said everybody was cool, everything seemed nice. All the stuff was taken. I made sure afterwards to make sure to get in writing that Delilah had everything that she wanted or needed. That way it doesn't just keep dragging on. Once the money got away from me and land payment was made to Jezebel, my sister, and Delilah had all her money, the Mennonites, everybody in that group got quiet. They were good. There was no more communication from them. They never reached out again. I absolutely did not consider reaching out to them for any reason. Just wanted to be done. There's still a concern that they might come back in some ways. In reality, I'm hoping this series makes them just want to fade away. It's entirely possible they'll go ahead and start making rebuttal videos and stuff. You never know. Is what it is. If they do it, well then, so be it. But I just want it to go away. I want them to go away. Hopefully they don't actually literally come here to cause chaos. A bunch of you by now are probably wondering, why the heck didn't I call the cops? Well, I debated about it for a while. I'm not a lawyer, but I understand what's legal versus what's not legal better than a lot of people do. And I realized Jezebel slaughtering all her animals. Like, it's a farm, it's a homestead, like, processing animals is part of it. What you do with the meat afterwards, whether you just randomly leave it on the ground or not, like, it's not a crime. And so very few actual crimes were committed. The taking of things when Jezebel moved out, things that were not hers were mine. The taking of stuff out of the safe,
randomly all my vehicle titles and a bunch of important paperwork being missing. You know, I couldn't prove who took them. I just know who was in the safe and who wasn't. I went down to the police station. Once I discovered the vehicle titles and a bunch of paperwork was gone, I went down to the police station and tried to call the state police first. They were extraordinarily unhelpful in every possible way. They kind of, yeah, they just kind of like, why'd you wait so long to call? Like, it's been months, you know. And they did run the vehicle titles to make sure that everything was still okay with that. But like I can understand why when stuff happens to people, you don't call the police right away or ever, because sometimes you just get met with like, you know, why are you calling us for, you know, what, it just, whatever. Anyway, I went to the sheriff, probably a month after that, and went down, talked with him, wrote out a statement. Quite a bit of the stuff I'm telling you in this story is documented, and somewhere there, they were pretty helpful. They put together something, took it to the prosecutor, I guess, and the prosecutor basically said, I can't do anything with this. You can sue him civilly for this stuff, but there's just, and it's what I expected. They just didn't have enough. It was going to be too messy. They're never going to get convictions. They did say I could do something for harassment, possibly. It's a misdemeanor. Yeah, no. I'm not interested in misdemeanors. I'm interested in felonies and putting these people away for forever. And since that's not going to happen, I don't really believe in karma, but I do, not the word itself, but like, you do get what is...
You reap what you sow.
Yeah, you reap what you sow. Hold on. I never was really big into merch on social media. Like, I have some. One of the very earliest merch lines I had, reap what you sow. I know it's backwards, but reap what you sow. So this shirt seems fitting. I'm not going to do anything. You know, maybe civilly I could, like I mentioned before about Johnny Depp being able to successfully go after his ex-wife for defamation. It would be really cool if I could do such a thing, get all the text messages between all these people exposed. That would be phenomenal. Just to actually get the story out there and verify what did take place. I still have a ton of questions about what happened. Like, I can kind of see the motive why, you know, people love money. So if they find a way to exploit someone else and get money from them, a lot of times people will do that. Yeah, it's the whole cult mentality. It is absolutely a cult. I'd love to get into more on cults and issues. Unfortunately, I have way more experience than I ever hoped I would. But that's just the way life goes sometimes. But yeah, the whole thing about defamation or lawsuits, like, I'm fairly certain I could win a lawsuit, even if I somehow managed to get an attorney to just say, hey, you know, your story is so crazy and horrible, I'd love to take it on. The court costs of everything would just be astronomical. Like, it's gonna be out of my reach probably forever. So I will let the creator of the universe deal with these people, and when negative and bad things happen to them and my hands had nothing to do with it, well, I probably won't even know, and that's all right. I'm just going to trust that God will take care of it all. I don't believe in vengeance or revenge, and unfortunately this cultist group of Mennonites that came after me do believe in vengeance and revenge, even if they just go off of who knows what, because it was just totally ridiculous. It's one thing, like, there's a lot of groups within Christianity that will go after people when they're at their lowest point, and they say, hey, we can offer salvation, they can offer kindness, and we can tell you how to get salvation, you can, you know, welcome to the family and stuff. That's kind of like, you know, whatever. But when you have a group of people that is willing to plunge someone else's life into chaos so they can resurrect themselves as the savior of the situation that they put you in, that's completely bogus. It's just absolutely unacceptable, and it needs to be exposed as the reality of what happens. And yeah, unfortunately, with all this heat on Amish groups, it seems like the Mennonites just get to slide. And they are just as nasty of a cult, if not worse, because they don't appear so bizarre with horses and buggies, and they appear much more normal, other than, you know, the women have to wear different clothing, I guess. And again, it depends on the group, and a bunch of them are interconnected, and they all say, oh, we're the different group. You're all the same. Anyway, I think that's about all I got at the moment. I guarantee I've got lots of questions and stuff to answer, and there is a future part of the story to tell that doesn't involve any of these characters, and that'll be phenomenal. But for now, I'm done at the moment.